tongue is the pen of a ready writer.
You are great and greatly to be praised.
That you are God,
and there is none like you.
Should be Lord.
I take caution. Ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń ka ọ̀rọ̀ tó tún sọ̀rọ̀.
Akọ̀wé ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa ni mí o. Máa ròyìn Jésù kárí àgbáyé. Recite my compositions for my king. My tongue is the pen of a ready writer. Akọ̀wé ni mí máa polongo.
You are great and greatly to be praised.
That you are God,
and there is none like you.
Should be Lord.
I take caution. Ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń ka ọ̀rọ̀ tó tún sọ̀rọ̀.
Akọ̀wé ọ̀rọ̀ pen of a ready writer. I go when me my bolongo.
You are great and greatly to be praised.
That you
are God, and there is none like you.
should be Lord.
I take caution. Ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń ka ọ̀rọ̀ tó tún sọ̀rọ̀.
I go where Olúwa ní mi o. Máa ròyìn Jésù kárí àgbáyé. Dáfídì kọ̀wé,
Ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa,
èmi náà kọ̀wé.
ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa,
Jeremiah kọ̀wé,
ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa,
èmi náà kọ̀wé.
ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa,
Ẹ́sítérì kọ̀wé,
ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa,
èmi náà kọ̀wé.
ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa,
Mósè kọ̀wé,
ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa,
èmi náà kọ̀wé.
ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa,
Pétérù kọ̀wé,
ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa,
èmi náà kọ̀wé.
ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa,
Pọ́ọ̀lù kọ̀wé,
ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa,
èmi náà kọ̀wé.
ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa,
Dáníẹ́lì kọ̀wé,
ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa,
èmi náà kọ̀wé.
ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa,
Rúùtù kọ̀wé,
ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa.
èmi náà kọ̀wé. Akọ̀wé, akọ̀ròyìn, Olúwa. Mo kọ̀wé, mo polongo ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa. My heart is indicting a good matter. I recite my composition for my king. My tongue is the pen of a ready writer. I go when me my bolongo.
You are great and greatly to be praised.
That you are God,
and there is none like you.
should be Lord.
I take caution. Ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń ka ọ̀rọ̀ tó tún sọ̀rọ̀.
I go where song is the pen of a ready writer. I go when me my bulungo.
You are great and greatly to be praised.
That you
are God, and there is none like you.
should be one Lord.
I take caution. Ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń ka ọ̀rọ̀ tó tún sọ̀rọ̀.
I go where Olúwa ní mi o. Máa ròyìn Jésù kárí àgbáyé. Dáfídì kọ̀wé,
Ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa,
èmi náà kọ̀wé.
ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa,
Jeremiah kọ̀wé,
ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa,
èmi náà kọ̀wé.
ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa,
Ẹ́sítérì kọ̀wé,
ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa,
èmi náà kọ̀wé.
ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa,
Mósè kọ̀wé,
ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa,
èmi náà kọ̀wé.
ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa,
Pétérù kọ̀wé,
ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa,
èmi náà kọ̀wé.
ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa,
Pọ́ọ̀lù kọ̀wé,
ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa,
èmi náà kọ̀wé.
ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa,
Dáníẹ́lì kọ̀wé,
ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa,
èmi náà kọ̀wé.
ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa,
Rúùtù kọ̀wé,
ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa.
èmi náà kọ̀wé. And Writers Conference. If you have joined us in the Zoom room or you're watching online via YouTube, you're welcome to. This is the second edition of the Readers and Writers Conference. So I want to welcome us and to just prepare our mind that we are in for a great time today. We are in for a great time. At the end of this conference, we are going to really have learned new things. We are going to have renewed our mind. It's going to be very impactful and transformational. So if you know someone that can benefit from this conference, why not just send them a DM and say, join us at the Readers and Writers Conference. My name is Olubusola Ajayi, and I'm here from DODM, the Descendants of David Ministry Charity. I want to welcome also all our guest speakers for today. We're still going to welcome them in due course. So right now, we'll just go straight away to the British anthem. That's our national anthem here in the United Kingdom, the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, you're once again welcome to the Readers and Writers Conference 2023. I would like to apologize that about the time we started some few minutes late, so apologies for that. So right now I'm just going to be telling us, for some this is their first time in this conference, so I'm just going to be telling us a bit about the Readers and Writers Conference. So the Readers and Writers Conference was set up to match the perspectives of two school of thoughts, and those are the readers and the writers, because whatever we read, either consciously or unconsciously, it not only influences us, but it goes ahead to influence us. It influences the family, it influences our community, and to the larger society it influences our nation. So it's that gave about it gave about us the need for us to come together as readers and writers to match together our perspectives and look at what we expect. What do writers expect from readers? What does readers, or what do readers expect from writers? And vice versa, and look at how this can also impact our community, and to the larger extent impact our nation. So the maiden edition held last year, July 2nd of July precisely last year, and it was really very impactful. It was eye-opening. The various speakers we had opened our eyes to various to new things, I would say, that we didn't even see before. And aftermath of that conference, we began the post-conference outreach. That means that the knowledge we have gained from this conference is not just going to end there. Yes, we have taken the knowledge even to back to our bases from wherever we came from the conference, but us, even as the organizers of this conference, we took up what we have learned from the conference, and to establish the post-conference outreach. And I can tell us that the post-conference outreach have been really very impactful. That is like a community outreach. So and we've looked at the area of leisure, reading for leisure. What happens to us when we read? How can we engage people to read more in this generation that is fast-paced generation, and all of that? And we found new things. Honestly, this needs to either be taken up by the university to how would I put it, to further look into them and probably to develop them. I've been to schools, so, and we also there's something coming up soon, and that is like the mobile community reading. You read more about it on our website. The need for that was from the outreach to the community. We discovered that there is a need for us to have like a online mobile service to encourage people to read, or even visiting services who would subscribe to us, so that we can help them or help or support people to read more. And then one very interesting findings that we had was with the elderly. We discovered that reading could help them combat loneliness, and this is also a product from the community outreach, or the post-conference outreach. It could help them, combat loneliness. And some of the elderly people would love it when we read to them, or when they have somebody who would read to them. Lots of interesting findings, and I'm sure that this conference today, we are even set to gain more, even as we journey. So I just want us we're going to learn, we're going to relearn and learn more. So with the Readers and Writers 2023 conference, we structured it into 3 phases, and that's the pre-conference and the main conference, followed by the post-conference outreach. So that way there is already a structure, and then the knowledge can flow through and then to our community. So it doesn't stop here. It doesn't stop here. So that will be just a little bit from me from what uh, from about the and Writers Conference. So right now we're just going to go to um, watch a short video on why you should read a book. This is a Readers and Writers Conference. So why should we read a book? And this is by Kefumi Tijani. Over to you, Technica.
Hello, I'd like to educate you on the benefits of reading for leisure. According to the University College of London, black tea in particular reduces stress by up to 27%. Okay. Listening to music reduces stress by up to 65%, according to a research carried out by Dr. David Lewis of MindLab International. How about reading? Reading reduces stress by up to 68%, according to the University of Sussex, London. So, we can see from this research that reading is the most effective method of reducing stress. A research carried out among children of the same social group found out that children that read for leisure performed better across their curriculum as opposed to children that did not. And this also includes mathematics. And so it improved their productivity. Also, reading can help reduce your chances of being affected by brain-related ailments such as, depression or even mind and soul. Depression, anxiety. So please today, pick up a book and thank me later. Thank you for listening. Goodbye.
Thank you so much, Kefumi Tijani. She's a member of the DODM charity. So pick a book today and thank her later. Pick a book today and thank her later. So what that is just trying to tell us is that when we talk about reading a book, people think, oh, I've gone through the uni, I've gone through different stages of education, I don't need to read again. There's actually benefits even to our body, to our health from what reading. And she also spoke about reading, that the fact that reading helps to combat depression. This is actually very, very an important point, which was really dealt with at the pre-conference session we had with Dr. Tia Dele Ajayi. So he really focused more on your reading and emotional well-being. It was such a very impactful and interactive session. So reading helps to it helps to alleviate depression. And talking about depression, at DODM charity, we actually shot a movie on depression, and the title is Depressed. We've had the part 1 release, part 2 released, and now we're soon going to have the part 3 release. So there's a flow from what we have learned or what we are doing, even to, because the structure is not only just to learn it, but for it to flow, for it to flow to our community, for it to flow to our society and to our nation. So if you've not seen that movie, Depressed, it's by DODM Films. Try to look out for it and go watch it. It's going to really bless you. So right now we're going to be moving to the next item. Something very great and important happened in DODM, and it's the Readers and Writers Conference Community Impact Award. And what do we mean by the Community Impact Award? There are people in our communities that have really made landmark. They have contributed immensely to not only to the Lincolnshire community, they have contributed immensely to England and also to the United Kingdom as a whole. So it's part of our community outreach to appreciate, to celebrate people that have been outstanding, people in our day-to-day lives that have made the nation a greater place. The theme for this conference is what? The reader, the writer, and nation building. So these are nation builders. So it is just about recognizing them and celebrating them. And they are the grassroots. They might not make it to, who knows, they might not be seen visibly in the nations, but these are people that are really working at the grassroots level. And first of its kind, we were able to give that award to a very great woman. I call her a very great woman because she has over 40 years experience in the early years setting, and she has contributed immensely to education, and that's in the person of Jane Britton. So we just watch a recap of what took place at the Readers and Writer Conference Community Impact Award. Over to you, Tech. The Readers and Writers Conference Community Impact Award is a non-voting award. This was set up to recognize and honor individuals, organizations, or institutions who have made positive and immense contributions to education, learning, and growth in our community, and by extension to the larger society. It was such a great joy to present this award to our very first recipient of the Rock Conference CRA in person of Jane Britton. Jane has made positive and immense contributions to the early years settings and also to the Lincolnshire community for about 38 years, and in total working in children's services for about over 40 years. Jane and our two friends began the All Saints Preschool, which started off from the All Saints Church about 38 years ago in Holwich, Lincolnshire, United Kingdom. After about 2 years, our two friends moved out of the community, but Jane has worked as a team with other members of staff year in, year out to build what we know as a very outstanding preschool, which is Mosin Preschool in Holwich, Lincolnshire. Congratulations once again, Jane Britton. Congratulations once again, Jane Britton. And we hope that you have a very good retirement later on in the year. Absolutely fantastic woman. So right now we're going to be moving to the next item, that is the session 1. And I don't know how to do justice to introducing this amazing woman in person of Morenike Ajayi, MBE. She's been awarded MBE by the Queen, and she's contributed greatly, to career development. I think the bio would do so much justice about her, but it's just such a great honor to have her in our midst today. And we want to say thank you so much, Ma, for accepting our invitation to speak at this conference. So right now we're going to have the bio play. Morenike Ajayi is a multiple award winner, a chartered accountant, author, inspirational public speaker, executive producer, and TV presenter. Her restlessness and the need for change led to the birth of Career Nuggets in June 2015. Morenike is also the executive producer and TV presenter of Career Nuggets TV program, aired on Sky 193 Mondays to Wednesdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 3 p.m. Morenike has taken on several roles, notably with the Transport for London, PricewaterhouseCoopers, and the local authority sector. Her broad career experience has enabled her to develop her area of expertise and learn from a range of vast managers. In addition, Morenike is the Commercial and Finance Director in London Pensions Funding Authority, where she has the responsibility of overseeing a 6 billion pension fund. A highly motivated professional, Morenike recognizes that there is more to career progression than just working hard. Soft skills and work ethics play a major role too. She also believes many have the potential to advance in their careers, given the right nurturing, mentoring, and if they are bold enough to reach out for the right opportunities. She is happily married to Kenny and they have a son. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Rock Conference, Morenike Ajayi, MBE.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Good morning. It's such a delight to be with you here today. It is still morning, right? Yes, it is. It's really an honor. Thank you so much, Olubusola, for inviting me. And well done for everything you're doing as a community. I was listening, I was just reading generally, and statistics says that there's been a decline in reading. Even though in the developing countries, literacy is increasing. And really, I like your theme, which says, the reader, writer, and nation building. Nation building to me is about leadership, to be honest. And a good leader needs those two ingredients, both reading and writing. And I have a definition for, nation building, which I say nation building is the process whereby a society of people with diverse origins, history, languages, cultures, and religion come together to work towards eradicating the division, the injustice of the past, to foster unity and promote consciously a sense of being a positive contributor to our society. And that's something that I'm really passionate about in terms of improving our society. My focus is really around the area of career development, mainly because I believe that if people are self-sufficient and can earn an adequate living, they would ultimately be a blessing to other people and they can then survive. And, but when people are struggling to fend for themselves, all they see is themselves. But when they're equipped adequately and they can earn the right amount of money that they need to live and live well and be a blessing to others, the world becomes a better place. So, I've got about 30 minutes. What I just want to inspire this morning, I would not be necessarily giving you points because you're all readers and you really know what's happening. But I want to share from my story, where I started from and, where I am. And I'm going to kick that off from, I'll be talking a lot about my mom. My mom is late, but she is a huge, she's a mentor to me. Not only my mom, even though she's gone for several years, I still appreciate the things she was doing in my life. At the time, I didn't understand because I was one of those, being little, reading was not my thing. I just did not enjoy reading. I found it boring. But my mom was a stickler for reading and she had her reasons. She was a single parent. I was born in Wales, and when I was about 9.5, went back to Nigeria. When I went back to Nigeria, because she was a nurse, but we went back to a place which was more of a communal built setup, her salary wasn't enough for just us. So she was not only just taking care of her 2 daughters, she was taking care of other people in the community, which meant we didn't really have much. I would actually say we were quite poor. When she got her salary, it's gone by middle of the month. And we would resorted to having like 1 meal a day and several other things. There were so many mouths that she needed to feed. But one thing she kept on telling us was, I believe there's so much greatness in you. You will all, both, she would speak to her, both her two daughters, that I have given birth to nation builders. I've given birth to people that would impact their generation. And my sister and I would look at ourselves and think, how? At the time, all of us were just sleeping in one room. Sometimes we needed water. We'll go to the stream to fetch water. You know, the basic amenities were not just there. And it was a huge culture shock for us because having spent 9.5 years in Wales that had everything and moving to a place in Nigeria that had limited resources, just the basic amenities were not there. It was such a struggle, which meant I, as an individual, I struggled a lot with confidence. We had identity crisis. I always wanted to I couldn't find where I belonged. There were so many clashes going on. It meant that really my academics, I didn't really flourish because I was carrying a lot of emotional baggages. But one thing my mom instilled in us from when we were little was reading. And I remember she home taught me and I eventually went to boarding school. And anytime she came visiting, I had an assignment. On top of all my schoolwork, I had to read a novel, one a week, and not just read, I had to summarize that novel of that week and write down a minimum of 5 key learnings from that novel. And this was like a chore to me, I would think. And she would buy different books from a variety of sources. And she would always say, yes, I'm a nurse, but I read things on psychology, I read things on this, I read things on that. And I'm thinking, well, you're the one that wants to do that. I don't want to do that. And I'll get a bit of walloping because I was such a rebel when it came to reading. Now, I share all that because I was young. I was forced to do this. And I remember doing my first set of GCSEs. I failed because I just didn't put my mind to it. And then she sat on my neck, I redid it, went to university, finished with my degree and all that. But then there was a passion in me. When I came back to the UK, I realized that a lot of people in the Black community were working, but they were not excelling. I saw a lot of them having loads of degrees, a lot of them highly educated, but working not in places that match what they actually have studied for. And I thought, how can I make a change to this? There's a lot of complaints. People were talking about discrimination and so many things like that. But one thing, I just found this thing in me that rose up, that then I don't want to just be part of the people talking about this. I want to be a change maker. I want to be a solution provider. How can I do this? And ideas started coming to my mind. And while I was reflecting, and that's what led to the birth of Career Nuggets, and we started with a TV show. I've also got my own book that I've written and so many things. But the key thing, I realized that this stemmed from the knowledge that I'd acquired from books. So some of the books I'd read were inspirational books about people, of how, they had a similar background to mine, but they didn't just accept the status quo. They went ahead and made changes. And I believe that if we read and imbibe this, and that's something that I appreciate my mom for, because reading broadens your perspective. It means that you have in-depth knowledge. So when you're thrown in a difficult position, tell me if this fan interrupts. I'm feeling a bit warm here, so I'll put it on. If it interrupts, let me know, and I'll put it off.
It's okay, Ma.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, so from reading, you find out that you're able to have a broader perspective of things. So when I came to this country and I discovered that there's a problem in the area for the Black community in terms of getting roles that are due to us, I believe that the books I'd read in the past is what triggered that thing in me that got me to not just accept it, but to think about solutions, tapping into the various books, the different people I've listened to, in terms of what people have done to change a situation or bring a solution to a problem or put a strategy in place. This is all stemmed from the different books I've read. Now, one of the things I noticed was it's so good to write. And I had this vision about, oh, I can create this social enterprise that can be that support hub for anybody wanting to progress in their career. But you can't just read without making your notes. It's normally when you write things down that it actually settles in, and you can actually see how coherent it is, whether what you're reading or the facts you have can actually lead to an effective way of moving things forward. So I really always appreciate my mom for putting that in me. And now I am, I love reading. I love listening to people that are inspiring people out there. And I feel reading is one of the best ways you can acquire information to do anything you want to do. When you get on there, and things are so much easier. When I was growing up, we didn't have things like the internet, but now information is really right in front of you. So you can easily access information. And it's a good tool. When you read, it's a good tool to help you with your problem solving abilities. Another thing reading has done for me, because earlier on I spoke about, nation building to me is about being a good leader. If you want to impact your society and build a nation that can be full of people that are contributing positively to our environment, I did say earlier on that the two ingredients are in line with the conference theme, being a reader and a writer. For me, reading has enabled me to build on my people skills. So I'm still very much an introvert, but I know how to engage with people at different levels. And I believe that's what's helped me in my career journey. I started off as an accountant. My first degree was a computer scientist, and I loved programming, but because to remain in that environment, you have to constantly read. So yes, I do read, but I wouldn't say reading is my hobby per se, but I do read. I understand the importance of reading, but I knew that for me to be in a sustainable career, I needed something that has less of it, so to say. So I pivoted into becoming an accountant, and as an accountant, you're very fixated on the numbers. You just produce very good reports and do a lot of analysis with numbers. And I got to a point in my career whereby it seemed like I was hitting a glass ceiling. I couldn't really move forward. When I did my appraisals, I was a fantastic accountant. In fact, they would always give me exceeding objectives. But when it came to applying to get to that next level, for some reason, I was always the second best. Oh, you were good, you're almost there, you're almost there. And from getting mentors and from my own reading and researching, I realized that a key skill required to move into those senior leadership roles was people skills. And I was able to get that from reading. Because when you read, you find out, especially when you read fictions, you find out that you learn about different personalities. Now, yes, it's fiction, but some of them are about people. So you know how to interact and how to engage with different people. And so one example was, I worked in one of the leading accountancy firms, PricewaterhouseCoopers, and I was an auditor. And I would go for an audit. And when I come into the room, because the room is predominantly white male, middle-aged white male, even if I greeted them and said, good morning, good afternoon, nobody would really acknowledge it, let alone look at me. But from my reading and my research, I realized that, you've got to read the room and you've got to know how you can connect with people on that basis. So one of the things I did was I realized that they're all men. So one of the good things I know that is common to all of them was football. So I went back and I educated myself around football. So the next time I was opportune to meet all these people in a meeting room, instead of me just saying good morning, my opening speech was, did you watch that match between Chelsea and Arsenal? And guess what? The people that were not engaging with me or looking at me, all of them, their eyes were on me. And now I was one of them. So when you read, it broadens your perspective and it helps you with your people skills, because you would realize that what you can use to engage with A is not the same thing you would engage with B. If I go into a church community I'm not going to say, oh, who watched football? I've got to know the Christian language, and I would engage with them. So it's reading broadens your perspective in terms of how you can position yourself, and to excel and be a good leader and to build nations, you need people. So a vital skill that you need is people skills. You need to know how to engage with different people. You need to know how to emotionally connect with people so that they can really buy into what you're trying to put in front of them. And this is something that I share with people a lot. You cannot say, oh yes, some people are extroverts, but when you analyze their skill set, where they haven't enlightened themselves enough, where they haven't read enough, you find out that they're very much an extrovert depending on the setting they find themselves. If they're amongst them, their friends and people they're familiar with, so they know how to connect with them, their real self comes out. Throw them into an unfamiliar, throw them into a place that is not comfortable for them, outside their comfort zone. The extroverted person might not necessarily flourish and engage with people. But when you read, it does enable you to connect, and it helps you progress in the different areas of your life in terms of what you want to do. Another good thing that I really enjoyed in my journey was around reading, was I would say around the communication. So I remember one of my roles, because I was extremely quiet and I had this director, so I went back to him for feedback. Now, remember, I'm a good accountant. I know what I'm doing. I'm getting fantastic appraisals. But when I got there, his feedback was, you're not a good communicator. And I thought, how? See, communication is broader than what we think. Being quiet and just delivering my job wasn't good enough. Communication is making sure that the people I'm delivering to understand me, and I'm in frequent communication with them in different means. And we do communicate in writing, in speaking, in different ways. But for some reason, this person felt I wasn't a good communicator. And this is something that I had to understand, the different modes and the ways you can communicate effectively. So reading enables us to do that. And when you have all these skills in terms of acquiring the knowledge, know how to deal with people, and know how to communicate well, it enables you to be somebody that can not just inspire, but impact and build those nations and build people up. I believe that each one of us are strategically placed on this earth to be a blessing to somebody else. It might be one person or several people or nations or so many, but this comes from us having a broad perspective of the environment where we are. And you cannot understand your environment without reason about it. Now, when we take the other aspects, so what I've done, what I intend to do this morning is just to pick the different words you have in your theme, which is the reader, the writer, and the nation builder, and just talk about that and share stories from my perspective. So talking about writing. So when I found this passion about, I want to change things for Black community. I want people to believe in themselves. I want them to see beyond the obstacles that we might face in a foreign land or anywhere where you are in terms of getting on the job ladder and really progressing. When I was in Nigeria, people would say, you can only progress if you know somebody. And even in the UK, it's the same thing that operates. You've got to know people to move to different to move up in your career. But one thing I will say is if you have that adequate knowledge and you know how to strategically position yourself, you'd equally make the right progress that you need to make. So here I am, all fired out, passionate, acquiring knowledge, wanting to help everybody. But I can only reach a certain group of people because I can't be everywhere. And that's where writing comes in. So I decided to write my nuggets into a book. We all carry a story. Every one of us carries a story of our experience, something that you've learned that has filled you up. I decided to put mine in my book, Career Nuggets, Undeniable Secrets for Career Success. I've written 2 books, and these books have gone far and wide. That's what writing does. When you have a passion, when you have something that you master in and you're so sure about, but you want to touch people far and wide, if you put this down, you can put it in a book, you can do a blog, you can do it in different rights, become a contributor to a magazine or something. That way you're actually impacting many others. And it's something that is such a blessing when you can do such a thing that you can share these thoughts with many other people to help. Another way writing has actually helped me. So I don't work for the London Pension Fund at the moment. That's what you read. I actually now work for a housing association, and I'm the director of corporate services. So not only am I the finance director, I'm also responsible for IT function and the human resources function and risk and governance. So it's very broad. But I'm an accountant. For me to be able to do well in all those other areas, I've had to research and read it. But most importantly, when I have to write a report to the board, I have to cover all those areas. Sometimes they just want me to give them an update. The best way I'm able to consolidate my thoughts is when I put it down in paper. So when I've told you I've got like 5 portfolios that I oversee, and sometimes all the achievements or problems or challenges in all these different areas are all going through my head. And I'm not sure which one to put forward. What do I do first? How do I consolidate my thoughts? So I write it down, and we all have different ways of how we manage what we do. So for me, I write a to-do list. I write everything like a list, and I arrange them, and then I prioritize them. And these are skills that we need to use in terms of whatever we want to do, with the focus that we want to have an impact on somebody else and be a blessing and build somebody else for the betterment of us all. Write your thoughts down and never discount any thought. So I'm just going to consolidate. I'm just going to round up in just saying that I just want to inspire every one of us here that inside of you is so many nuggets, but it's not just meant to be for you. So I want to encourage you to share these nuggets, write them down, put them in places that other people can benefit from all this knowledge you've acquired, because I'm assuming there's a bunch of readers online. So you've got a lot in you, and make yourself visible by your writing. Write it down, share this knowledge with others, and continue reading, continue to acquire the knowledge, but make sure you're always passing that baton on for us to be able to build that nation that is full of people contributing positively to a better world that we live in. Thanks for listening. God bless you.
Wow, 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 wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ma, Miss Morenike Ajayi, MB. In fact, that story has been very impactful because I think it's the story of many people from the Black community. Thank you so much. So it's the story of many Black people trying to rise up the career ladder. It's always a bit of just everything you have said, but I think somebody watching now or listening via the Zoom or watching via YouTube is encouraged, because you talked about, if you are, it's not really about, yes, it's good to know people. It's not really about you need to know people, but you talked about getting the adequate knowledge and having the passion to progress. And those 2 words, I picked them up, and then you talked about the role of what reading does, the role your mom played, in encouraging us. And I would, for everyone listening today, I want that to be a full of thought for us. How are we encouraging our children to read? Because when we talk about nation building, we're also looking at the next generation. And coincidentally, before this program started, I was actually thinking about my mom. And when you were sharing your story, it kind of resonated with me, because my mom is a nurse also, and she really encouraged us to read. Today, I was thinking of probably later doing a post, just a thank you post, to say thank you, the way she would, literally give us lesson classes after school, and our neighbors began to wonder that is she a teacher? And she's not a teacher, but she imbibed that reading culture in us, and I'm really so inspired by a story. I want to ask if we want to get your book. I'm just getting to know that you wrote a book, and I
wrote 2 books, but I cut my time short because I like interaction, and everybody's got their screens off, so it feels like I'm just talking to an empty room.
Please, on your screens.
I'd like to get some questions. I'd like people's thoughts, because it's nice to listen, but it's also nice to get that feedback and just hear from people. So I don't like just talking. It'd be nice to hear from people.
Yes. Okay, so if you are here with us and we want to see that you're in touch, please on your cameras and let's see that you are here. So I can see. Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, now we have the
Now I can
cameras
see the
on.
faces. Yes, it's much better that way. My books are on Amazon, so you can get them on Amazon.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a question. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone, for on your cameras. I have a question. For anyone watching, how do we kickstart? Probably now, okay, I found out that I've missed it career-wise, so I have all the degrees. What steps can I take to progress? I want to progress, but I don't know how. Can you just share with us how? What are the steps? What do we need to do to break that barrier to progress and be where we ought to be?
Okay, so it's a very general question, but really it's very unique to individuals. So it's very difficult for me to give a very general answer. But one thing I've found from the several people I've mentored is people remain where they are because that's all they know. So that means there's a knowledge gap. Because if people know what to do, they will be able to do that and move on. They're doing that either because there's a lack of confidence, or they simply don't know, or they've hit a lot of rejections and disappointments along the line. So the first thing is you need to carry out a self-assessment. Where are you now? And where do you want to be? And you've got to be truthful to yourself. What are the gaps? Those gaps need to now be addressed. And you need to find ways on how to do it. So take, for example, somebody believe they in their mind, they just think they've got kind of, let me use a better one. Confidence is one I've come across a lot. So they know that they want to be a manager. They want to earn X amount of money, but they assess where they are and just think, I can't do that. There's a lot of I can't. Already you've discounted yourself. A person like that, I would say, reach out. You need a mentor. You need somebody that can see more than what you can see in yourself. All you're seeing is limiting yourself. You need to reach out to a mentor that can that has already walked that journey, can sit you down and say, actually, for that obstacle, this is what you can do. That one, you can do this, and address it and have milestones. Don't set I tell people to dream big, but have milestones to reaching your dream. And every time you achieve one milestone, you celebrate it. You celebrate it, you celebrate it. Now, the second thing is, for some people, the world has moved on, but they've been holding on to the same qualification they have. You might need to retrain. It's important. You just need to invest in yourself and retrain, but you've got to be intentional about what you're studying. I've seen people to say, everybody is doing something in IT, so they run off and do that. Is that where you're meant to be? I am a Christian, so anything I do, I always bring that in. I always say, check with what your maker is saying. If that's not your line and you go on somebody else's path, you're going to face a lot of frustration and you will not make headways. So you need to take time and understand, what are your own talents? What are your own areas of strength? What is it that you can capitalize on? Now harness that by upskilling or retraining, doing that, and stay on your own path and have the right people to surround you to be able to propel you to that next level where you want to be. So mentoring is important, upskilling is important. Then the final thing is you have to check. I know I've touched on having the right people around you, but I want to talk about that more in terms of your network. You've got to get your networking right. For a lot of people, I know they've got a very robust social network. They've got a good religious network, but what's your professional network like? Who's in that space that can even tell you what is happening on there, that can even give you insight into where the demands for the sort of role you're doing is, so you can apply in those industries, because some industries are dying, some are really kicking off. So you need to be in the right place. To support you, Career Nuggets is always there to support. But really, those are the tips I would tell anybody. But everybody can make way. If you know my story, and that's not for today, but just to drop that, I told you that I had taken my school certificate twice, my GCSE twice. I finished with a second class upper. I I've been in the UK, and by my research and by the special grace of God, when I had to do my retraining for my accountancy, my chartered accountancy, I did not spend a penny. From my research, I was able to get the right company that paid for everything and got my promotion. When it came to the time that I needed to upskill and I needed to understand strategy, so I moved into senior management. It was beyond being an accountant. I needed to now understand strategies. I had to do a master's in business administration, an MBA. That was fully paid for also. Then when I've had to do other leadership courses in Cranfield Business School, paid for. My Prince 2 paid for. If you work with the right people and understand the right thing, there are things out there that can help you to move. So money cannot always be, I've heard that as an excuse with people telling me money is an issue. There are ways about it, but there are prices you might need to pay, which means praying for a long time, making several applications. There's always a price to pay for anything we need, but there's always a solution for a problem also. And there's somebody out there that can be that destiny helper for you. But it's you being in the right place at the right time, connecting with the right people. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. I've learned a lot, but I wouldn't want to talk much now. I want to leave that floor open. Is there anyone that have a question? Please, can you just use that, hand raising button? You have a question for Ms. Morenike Ajayi. Just go ahead, use the hand raising button and you'll be unmuted. If you have any question. And I think you can follow our site, Career Nuggets. Please, can you tell us about Career, the website, just for people that want to know? Some people might be shy to ask questions now. Maybe they can go to the website to see what's the great work that is being done there.
Okay, so thank you. So the website is www.careernuggets.tv, and we have a YouTube channel, and we also have, you can find Career Nuggets on Instagram. We're also on Facebook, and you can also follow me, Morenike Ajayi. I'm on LinkedIn, Instagram, and Facebook.
Wow, thank you so much, Ma. So she talked very much about retraining. Recently, my husband was telling me he actually got a course for me today, and I'm thinking, with all these busy schedules, how am I going to do this course? And when he showed me 500 pages, I said, okay, but I knew it was a challenge that I had to rise up. I said, bring it before the end of this year, I would do it. So it's not too late for us to retrain, having the right people, getting your network right. What's your professional network? For some of us, I know we are Christians, to a large percentage, we have the religious networks, but what she said really touched me. What is your professional network like? So it's better for us to now begin to have that professional network. It's really, really very, very, very important. People remain where they are because that is all they know. So what do you know that can make a difference? What do you know that can make a difference as a reader, as a writer, as a nation builder, and also in your career? Thank you so much, Ma. Just a word more from you before we move on from this session.
Oh, well, I just want to say thank you for having me, and I just want to wish everybody all the very best. Don't give up on your dreams, pursue them, be proactive about it. Don't just have the dreams on the wall, put the right action attached to it. And I look forward to, hearing from a lot of you as you pursue those dreams, and keep on being the readers and the writers you are. All the best.
Thank you. That's been really, really impactful. I don't know about you, but I've been really, really so blessed, so impacted by that session. If you've learned anything to show that you have engaged with this session, I want you to put it in the chat box. What's really jumped at you, or what is your take home from this session. Thank you so much, ma'am. Morenike Ajayi, MB. Thank you so much. And we hope that we would probably have you once again at the post-conference outreach to discuss more on some other issues relating to career. Thank you so much, Ma. God bless you. So right now we're going to be going for a short music break. This is one of the things we do at the DODM Virtual Book Club, and that is that song "Hallow" is from a book, from the Lord's Prayer. Just some few weeks before, there came a debate on the Lord's Prayer. The Lord actually inspired me to write that book on the Lord's Prayer. It's a book for children, and then we have the music. So let's have the music "Hallow."
Olubusola Ajayi is a writer, a gospel music minister, a producer, a designer, and a filmmaker. She founded Momo's Film Productions in the year 2016 and much later Momo's Films and Outreach Foundation. She is a graduate of the Ladoke Akintola University of Technology, Ogbomoso, and holds a master's degree in environmental management from the University of Derby, United Kingdom. She founded the Descendants of David Ministries United Kingdom (DODM) in the year 2015, which has since expanded its various arms within the ministry. Olubusola has written several books personally and also for charity. Our books include Layback, The Journey of Faith, and other parts, add-ons, spoken word poetry, quotes, etc. She has also written journal publications in the area of environmental research. In addition to this, she founded the DODM Films, which releases messages and motion pictures relevant to everyday living and society transformation. She is the convener of the Worship, Rhema and Prayer Conference, 6 Hours in God's Presence, Yearn, and the Atmosphere of Glory, which brings together communities, tribes, diverse race and ethnic groups to experience heaven on earth under the atmosphere of worship and praise for music. She is the recipient of the National Mathematical Award in Mathematics from the National Mathematical Center, Abuja, Nigeria, and a recipient of several other awards based on her contributions to faith-based music and movies within and outside the United Kingdom. She is happily married to Dr. Moses Ajayi, and their union is blessed with children. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Olubusola Ajayi to the Readers and Writers.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What can I say? We are welcome once again to the Readers and Writers Conference. I hope we can see my screen. So before I go on, I hope we can see I just want to be sure we can see my screen. Please, if you can see my screen, just give me a shout. I'm just trying to connect to be sure that my screen can be seen. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, so we just get on. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone, once again. So welcome to session 2. And this session, we're going to be looking at books and its role in nation building. Books and its role in nation building. So we're going to be starting with a little exercise. And I want everyone to be alert, because at the end of this session, I want us to see books not as what we just not as a burden. A book is not a burden. Reading a book is not a burden, and books are very important to nation building. So I want to awake our consciousness to begin to see books, to begin to see reading in another perspective. So let's go on with this exercise. So let's take a look at this. I would also want us to put, what can we see? Let's put it in the chat box. I want this session to be, it's a short session, but I want it to be as interactive as possible. Let's take a look at this. What can we see in this picture before we move on? What can we see in this picture? I'm waiting for us in the chat box. What can we see? At least somebody should comment. What can you see? What do you think this is? Because I'm taking us somewhere. Shelves. And what are thank you so much, Mummy Akishola, for that. And what can we see in these shelves? There's something inside of these shelves. Books. Thank you very much. So we have books. I want us to keep this at the back of our mind. So inside of this shelf in which we have books, imagine, let's just look at what we have learned right from when we were young, from the preschool to the primary school to the secondary, for those that went to the university. Just picture it inside of you, because inside of you looks more a bit like this. It's an array of different books, because along your journey of life, you have done what? You have read many things, either consciously or unconsciously, and you have picked up several things. So imagine this inside of you as an individual, and inside of everyone you see walking around. So now let's look at the home. In the home, we have gadgets, and we have probably our phones that we use, or our computers that we use. Consciously or unconsciously, we are learning. We are reading. Either we like it or not, we are reading either on our iPads, on our laptop. When we turn on our TVs, what we are doing consciously or unconsciously is that we are gaining knowledge, or we are transferring knowledge, or all of this is from books, either consciously or unconsciously. So whether you like it or not, consciously or consciously, you are doing what? You are studying. Even if you are watching the news, for example, inside of the news is an information that you are taking in. So you are consciously or unconsciously learning. So we talked about the individual. Now we looked at the home. Now let's look at the community. In our community, we will have seen a building like this, or something either bigger or smaller like this. Take a look at a typical building community, building you may have seen in your community. Okay. So in your country, you might have seen something like this. This is McDonald's, or something like this, which is a hospital, or even something like this, which is a train station. So these are what we have in our communities. So now, inside of any of these, it may be one or more, although not visible. But when you look at the structure, and that is the building, to the systems, that's the mode of operations, to the trainings, and even to ancillary duties, that's like the cleaning and all that, is made up of application of knowledge from books. So when you look at the building structure, the building structure that building, it's an application of knowledge from books. When you look at everything that you've got inside, the chairs, even to the systems, the mode of operations there, it is an application of knowledge from books. So everything in which we see around us is an application of knowledge, from books. So now let's move to the society. Remember, we started from an individual, and then we moved to our community. Now we are moving to a larger society. So I said, although not visible from the building structure to the systems, that's just what I've said now, trainings, even to ancillary activities, everything, even in a larger society, is made up of book. It's made up of application from books. So when we look at our schools, when we look at the libraries, when we look at the children learning centers, or even the universities, these structures and operations that play in there, they play a vital role in nation building. And they all have one thing in common: books. They all have one thing in common: books. So that is application of knowledge from what? From a book. So because this session is focused on books and its role in nation building. So when you go to your McDonald's, or you go to the community library, or you go to the store to buy something, or to do your groceries, or you utilize an amenity in the community, it all boils down to one thing: to the application of knowledge from books. So books play a vital role in nation building. So therefore, I would say that we are all a product of books, whether you like it or not. You are all a product. You are a product of what you have learned so far. So we are all a product of books. So books play an important role in nation building. A nation is a community of people bonded together by language, location, or history. Therefore, a nation is not built via a static or spontaneous process, but more often than not, a reader is at work behind the scene. So how do we build a nation? We build a nation by doing what? We have said that it's not a static process. That means that it's not something that is not movable. It's not something that is stagnant. It's not a stagnant process. And therefore, it's not something that is spontaneous, but it's through continuous critical thinking. And more often than not, a reader is what? A reader is behind the scene. There's somebody, reading, taking knowledge from that book that they have read, then applying that knowledge. And that knowledge will now transform to something that will be useful in the society, or that will be useful even at home. When you look at even the things we use in the house, from the cooking utensils to the toothbrushes that that we use, think of all those, the eating, those things that we are using in the house is a product of what? An application of knowledge. So that means that reading must be what? Because some people think that once they have gone to the university, once they have had a degree, they stop reading, they stop learning. When we stop learning, a saying says that, we start dying. So it's a continuous what? It's a continuous process. And there is the power of an individual. When we look at the picture in this slide, you can see an individual standing with another individual, or sitting with another individual, sitting with another individual. And that is how a nation is built. That is what is called nation building. When you come with what the skills you have, the knowledge you have acquired, and then another person comes with what they have, and that we form a chain, we form a group, and that is how a nation is built. So more often than not, when we talk about nation building, people think of those in the parliament. They think of those who make these laws. They think of those in the House of Commons. They think of the Prime Minister. Yes, they are doing great and fantastic job. But have you ever thought of yourself as a nation builder? Have you ever thought of yourself as a nation builder? Because indeed, you are what? You are a nation builder. Because all the books, everything you have learned from when you are young, you are not just utilizing it for yourself alone. It is not for yourself alone. When you go out to your place of work, when you go out to the community to offer service, when you go out to your church, when you go out to perform other duties, those are things that contribute to national growth and development. So you are a nation builder. So one of the things I want us to, the consciousness I want to awaken us, even as we go about our day-to-day activities, is that you are a nation builder. And yes, you are important. It doesn't matter the type of work you do. You are what? You are important. You are a nation builder, and you are very vital to the development of your community, to the development of your nation. So we are all contributors. Say, I'm a contributor, and I'm contributing positively to the growth and to the development of my nation. So a reader is a strong, powerful force, crucial to nation building, because when you take a book to read, there is power, there is knowledge in that book waiting for you to do, to pick it up, to utilize it. And there is something that transforms you. When you read a book, your mind is renewed, your thinking, your perspective, everything is aligned. So a reader is what? Is a strong, powerful force, crucial to nation building. Therefore, it is safe to say that you and I, we are strong, powerful forces, crucial to what? We are crucial to nation building. So quickly, let's just look at books and its role in nation building. Books help us to connect with the past and prepare us for the future. So when you talk about books helping us to connect with the past, that means you're looking at history. And history is very important for national growth and development. That means that you're looking at what has been done in the past, and connecting it with it and serving as a guideway for the future. So history is very important to any great nation. It serves as a map guide to study the systems, structures, and patterns of the past, and it's for improvements, for innovations, for growth, and what? And development. You know, the last session we had when Renika Ajayi was speaking, you know, she talked about her background, how he was deprived, and you know, he was connecting with her past, and then looking at herself and saying, yes, I must do something better. Yes, there's something better. There must be something better for me. So how does that? And you know, she said something important. She began to read. Her mom, yes, had already imbibed in her the culture of reading. She began to read, and how this reading helped her even to further what? Shaping her career. So books help us to connect with the past. When you want to build a nation, and you know, you look at what even, and building a nation, it could be in your career, it could be in the religious setting, in whatever sector you are. It is very important to get books that help us to connect with the past. Look at the previous works that have been done. Okay, how can I make a difference? Study people, study events, study things that have been done in the past. And so this would help us to you know, it will serve as light to us to do what? To even look at the mistakes of the past and do what? And prepare us for the future. So history is very important to any great nation because it serves as a guide map to study the systems, the structures, and the pattern for past improvement, innovations, growth, and development. Any great nation must learn from the past to avoid the mistakes of the future. And yes, you are a nation. You are now, we are nations. So in order for us to avoid the mistakes of the future, we must do what? We must learn from the past. So when we look at this slide, I highlighted some, underlined some words there, you know, what book helps you to do. And those are what I call my CSLs. CSLs, that's connect, study, learn. So those are the things, you know, when you pick a book, you connect, you study, and then you do what? You learn. So let's look at this. So therefore, when you pick a book, you achieve more of the following objectives. You connect, study, learn. Connect, study, learn. So what do you connect with? You connect with people. That means you connect with authors. You connect with their works. With the authors, you know, you connect with the stories of their lives sometimes, what they have gone through, you know, and you learn from them. Then you also connect with places you may have or may have never been. And that is the power in picking up a book to read. And that is why we must, even as adults, we must go from this conference with that consciousness that what? I must carry on doing what? I must carry on reading, because what does it do? It helps to broaden our mind. It broadens our horizon and it broadens our perspective. So it helps you to connect with places you have been or you may never have been to. And you read about, you know, their experiences. What about cultures? When you pick up a book to read, it connects you to the culture, you know, the traditions and way of life of others around the world. So we talked about the CSL, that's the connect, the study. So let's look at study. Why do we study? We study for educational purpose. We study to get a degree. We just learned about how, you know, how we can progress, you know, career-wise and all that. So you study what? Why do we study? When you pick a book to read, you study for educational purpose. You study even for leisure, not just for educational purpose. Just because I want to learn more, I want to broaden my mind, I want to keep myself active, I want to keep my brain active. For continuous improvement, also to increase yield or output within an organization, you know, when you gain knowledge more, even to do what? To increase the yield or the deliverables, you know, or the outputs within an organization, to renew our minds. One of the reasons why we study is to do what? To renew our mind. Even in the Holy Scriptures, in the Bible, it's there, you know, be transformed by the renewal of our mind. And one of those ways to be transformed is to study. So it helps us to renew our mind, it renews our perspectives, and it gives about what? New approach to doing things, even to teamwork, which is very important, because a nation is not built only by yes, there is the power of a single person, but that is when people come together, and that is talking about teamwork, which is very important. What does studying give us a way, it's opened our eyes to ways in which, we can do the teamwork better. We can further develop our community and offer excellent customer service in every space of life. So now let's look at learn new things, innovate new things. When you pick up a book to read, I put this diagram intentional because it's something we all know, that's the McDonald's. But when we look at it, behind all the attractive foods we can see, behind all of this, we can see innovation, from the box here, it's from looking out for ways to not to cause so much damage to the environment, or what can we use, how the materials we are using, can it be recyclable, and so those are the things. It's gone through different processes. When they started, it may not look like this, but these are what it looks like now. Even to the straw, is it biodegradable? Now it's biodegradable, ensuring that the landfill is reduced and all that. It's all about innovation. And this is achieved from when we when we read a book. So every item in this picture is a product of research, innovation, and application of knowledge from books. So I want to, in conclusion, say that books are very crucial to nation building, and to say that you are a nation builder in whatever area of life you find yourself. So, and also finally, nation building is not a static or spontaneous process, but it is a continuous process. Thank you very much. So I don't know if there is anyone that has a question before we move to another session. Yes, I'm a contribution to my nation. Thank you so much, Sister Victory. I contribute positively. Yes. So any question before we leave this session, and we move to the next item on the agenda? Okay. Thank you very much for listening to this session. So right now we just move on what reading does to your health, reading and your health. We have a very fantastic speaker. She is a medical doctor. She's got several decades of experience in the medical field. And last year she was here. It was amazing. It was awesome. We learned a lot from her. So, and then she's back again this year. That is in person of Dr. Olubunmi.
Dr. Olubunmi Akinpelu is a physician surgeon with over 25 years post-medical school experience. She graduated from Obafemi Awolowo University, OAU, Ile-Ife, Nigeria, as overall medical student of the year. She had a residency training in otolaryngology, stroke, head and neck surgery at Obafemi Awolowo University Teaching Hospital. Dr. Akinpelu worked at OAU Teaching Hospital Complex as a senior lecturer, where she was involved with training medical students and resident doctors before relocating to Canada over 10 years ago. She completed a research fellowship in auditory science at Montreal Children's Hospital, MUHC, Montreal, Canada, and she has a PhD in neuroscience at McGill University. She currently has over 40 medical scientific publications in medical journals of repute and has served as a reviewer for some international medical journals, including Pediatrics. She was a recipient of the British Academic Conference in Ontology Fellowship JLO Award, a fellowship she utilized at University of Rochester Medical Center, Rochester, New York. She obtained the licentiate of the Medical Council of Canada, LMCC, and certification in the College of Family Physicians, CCFP, in Canada. She currently practices family medicine. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me, Dr. Bumi Akipelu, to the Readers and Writers Conference.
Thank you for the awesome work you're doing. I've been here listening to all the fantastic presentations from everyone, from our dear sister Morenike Ajayi, and your just recently concluded lecture, also very enlightening. And I know that all of us, we already know about reading. Thank you, everyone. I really am very excited and honored to be here. It is a privilege. I do not take it for granted. I'm going to share my screen. If you don't mind, it's saying that it will stop other computer sound share. Do you want to continue? Yeah. Okay. So today we want to talk about reading and our health. And we know what our health means to us. And none of us is an alien to reading. We probably all got here because somebody pushed us out at the age of 2, 3 to go to nursery school. They put books in our hands. And I remember I do note now, when I see babies in my clinic, one of the things you tell moms, even from the age of 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 8 weeks is, are you reading to this baby? Even though the baby has just opened her eyes to life, are you reading to this baby? That tells us the importance of reading right from the beginning of life. So how does it impact our health? Today, I've decided to make it more like practical things that we can do immediately, challenging our minds with questions, because I note that we go to many conferences, we watch movies, we do many things, but we need to calm ourselves down, because one of the things that reading a book does for you, it calms you down. It calms you down. You can't read a book and be in the market, like in the market in your mind. You can't be reading a book and be all scattered up, jumbled up. Reading organizes you. It directs your focus to one thing. No matter how much you want to multitask, you cannot bring 10 books before your very eyes and be reading them at the same time. So we need to ask ourselves, where do we really want to take this to? I want to start from a verse in the Bible. It says, in the first year of his reign, I, Daniel, understood from the secret books. Another version says, I understood from reading books according to the word of the Lord to Jeremiah the prophet, that the desolation of Jerusalem will last 70 years. So I turned my attention to the Lord God to seek him by prayer, petition, with fasting, sackcloth, and ash clothes. So what am I bringing out from this verse? Somebody read a book, and you see that so means that because I read that, something changed about me. So reading changes us. And anything that changes us can affect our health. That particular reading that Daniel did affected a nation, just like the topic of this, the overall topic of this conference is talking about reading and national building. So we see from the pages of the scripture there, how a man's reading affected a whole nation. he decided to do something because of what he read. So I'm going to talk about reading, health, and what we can do really practically. So reading is an action or skill of engaging with printed matter silently or aloud, something that is printed. Is a process of looking at a series of written symbols. If you didn't know what the word book means and you read it, you will not be able to interpret it or comprehend it. If I brought a Chinese book now and I'm reading, it might contain something very valuable, but I'm not able to convert it into understanding. So understanding is very important when we read. And we're not, so I use the analogy of Chinese book, not because we cannot be reading English and still not understand it. You can be reading English book and still not understand it. So when we're reading a book, we want to make sure that we understand it. It is the understanding of it that gives us the advantage, that positions us to come out with something from that book. So otherwise, to just be a set of symbols, letters, punctuation marks, and spaces, and it will just be for academic purpose or just to fulfill all righteousness. I'm sure all of us, if we hit Google now, it will tell us almost everything we want to know about what this conference is all about, because some people have taken time to write them down. But how does it impact us really? How does our brain convert them into words, sentences, and paragraphs that communicate something to us? So it is the communication of something to us. When Daniel read from the book, something was communicated with him. And I'm sure that book was not written the day before. It was not written, it was not a sealed book that only Daniel could read, but only Daniel went there and read it. Only Daniel understood it, and only Daniel took something from it. So communicating something to us. So let's talk about our health now. We know the definition of health very well. It's a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not just merely the absence of disease and infirmity. So when we want to be well, we want to understand from books, what it means to have complete physical, mental, and social well-being. We want to understand. Health is also a mental or physical condition. And so I note from reading, when I was preparing for this talk, that one of the ways to change your health, in medicine, we talk about lifestyle changes, positive lifestyle changes. And, we can always, if I ask us now, maybe all of us can say them, maintain a good weight for your height, eat healthy, sleep adequately. We don't read books that impacts you there. And I think maybe that's something that the crusade of Evangelist Busola might help to change medical books. We already know it, but it's not written on the list, to cultivate the art of reading, to impact your health. There are different types of books that we can read: academic books, stories, spiritual books, poetry, news information. I just want you to cast your mind back to the last time you read a poetry. Has any one of us read a poetry in the last 1 month, 2 months, even 1 year? Like books like we read in high school, like Macbeth. Maybe you don't want to read a book from a particular author. Do you find a book from the kind of author you want? Maybe you find it in your genre, what kind of book that you want to read that will impact your health. So it's good for us to have this understanding that there are different types of book there. People who read print books score higher on comprehension tests and remember more of what they have read than people who read same material in the digital form. So these days we're kind of we have over pampered ourselves. I hear people saying, I'm forgetting things now, I don't remember them very well. A lot of this might be due to the new behaviors that we have acquired in this digital age that we're in. We tend to open our Bibles even from our phone, open our books from our computers, and we tend to start a book and not finish it. We tend to jump from one book to another, maybe. We tend to read a book without planning to read it. All of this talk about the state of our heart and the organization of our mind, and which is part of our health. Reading, I will just talk about all the things that we already know. I don't want to go into things that we already know, but maybe empower ourselves with questions, with thought-provoking facts that can help us to leave this place and start reading books with the mind of changing something about ourselves. So we know that it can improve brain connectivity, it improves your vocabulary, it aids in sleep readiness. You know, you want to sleep, just pick a book and start to read. You know, you find yourself dozing in no time, especially if you pick an appropriate book for that. It reduces stress, it lowers blood pressure and heart rate, it fights depression symptoms, prevents cognitive decline, you know, like it helps in reducing the incidence of Alzheimer's disease, like we know, and it contributes to a longer life. And so when you look at all of this, we just wonder, is it just reading? I just pick a book and I'm reading, you know, so devoting, I'm just talking about the facts still, devoting a few minutes daily to reading something, you know, is a very good habit to just tell yourself every day, 30 minutes, I'm going to read. And I'm not talking about things that I don't do. When I wake up in the morning, after I might have done my quiet time meditation and everything, I read and write. It's very important to prepare your mind, to prepare your day, to set your day in the right positive direction. So when you read a book that is written by somebody else, it gives you direct mentorship from that person, especially if you have carefully picked the person you want to read their material. We've read about blood pressure lowering because people read, blood pressure can go down. People can become psychologically unwinded. You know, they lower their stress level when they read. They can relax their body, relax their heart rate, ease tension in their muscles, feel better just by reading. And so the question is, how does reading really directly connect with our health? You know, and how do we place ourselves? How do we get there? You know, reading is all about different things, but the part of it that jumps at me as I was preparing for this is comprehension. You know, when you have understood the material that you have read, you can make changes based on what you have read. So the different parts of our brain that are connected with what we read. So it's not just, when we're reading, it's not a passive, reading is not a passive thing. And that's why many people don't want to read. If you have read about, or you are conversant with what happens to people that have attention deficits, you will know that what they don't want is to be pinned down to do something that is organized, something that tasks their brain, you know. So reading tasks our brain. That's why maybe many of us, we won't find time to read. We can sit down on the screen and watch a book be read to us. We can watch movies. We can do games, digital games. We can talk. But to read, we actually engage different parts of our brain. So, and when we don't read, what happens? Those parts of the brain go to sleep. They get atrophied. They don't work anymore. So think about what the temporal lobe will be involved in when we read. The awareness of the material that you're reading, the fluency, the grammatical usage is the function of the frontal lobe. And then the angular and supramarginal gyrus serves as a reading integrator that helps to connect what you are reading with your understanding. So it's good to spark up all these areas of our brain and make them work instead of letting them just be by ignoring the art of reading. Studies have shown that patients with inadequate literacy, that is when you are reading, really what you are trying to do is to increase your knowledge base about a particular thing. So when there's inadequate literacy, people have less health-related knowledge. And because of that, they receive less preventative care. Because of that, they have poorer control on their chronic illnesses, and they are hospitalized more frequently than other patients who have literacy. Have you gone to a clinic before and you were given a patient's education information? You know, you go, maybe you take your child for something, and then they give you, maybe your child is 4-year-old, they give you a health material about 4-year-old. When you take it home, do you read it? You know, you just put it somewhere. You know, there's so much that we have available for us. So when we're talking about reading and our health, we want to focus on reading health materials that relate to us. Not just reading will not just suddenly bring your blood pressure down. If you are reading horror books, it will not bring your blood pressure down. You have to choose the material that you want to read. You have to understand it in a way that connects with your internal system so that your blood pressure can come down. It's not a given that when you read, that your stress level will go down. It has to be a carefully crafted process of choosing a book. Choosing books that would redefine the way you think, choosing book intentionally to change your definition, to refine your responses and your reactions by the choice of books to read. So it's not just, okay, I've heard at this Raw conference that reading books will just help my health, and then I just pick a book. What you read, what are you reading? And how to, what do you read? What are you going to read to affect your health in that way? How do you understand where you are right now and where you're going, and what kind of books can take you there? So first of all, you have to have an understanding of what your health is about right now. So it's not just a kind of random thing, something just jumping out to you and say, that conference was very, very impactful. I learned so many things. But what is your health right now? Maybe you're 30 years old. Where are you in your health? What do you understand about where you are? Do you need to read books? Do you need to seek more knowledge about what your health is? Maybe some of us don't even know that we can flex, we can work out our health, we can make changes to our health because we have not read it. I heard Evangelist Busola say this today. I already had it in that reading is not just something you do when you are 6 years old. It's for a lifetime. It's for a lifetime. You want to continue to acquire knowledge for the different stages of your health. You want to continue to get educated, to have knowledge impacted onto you, to improve your focus on the areas that you need to focus on. These days, we are all we stand the risk of being jumbled up because everybody is pushing who they are on us on social media. And everybody is telling to us what we need to be. But if you don't define your focus, which you can do by reading, by understanding, by reading doesn't help us if we don't narrow down our reading to an area of focus. Reading doesn't help us if we don't plan to read what will help us. Because when we read what will help us, it delivers to us an access into a wealth of knowledge. It delivers keys to us that can help us to improve. For instance, you're in menopause. You just find out that you're having hot flashes and you don't understand it. You can go to Google, yes, and people can write there and they have written all the kind of things, how they're managing their menopause. It doesn't really, you can have disjointed, disorganized information, but you can tell yourself, okay, for the next 3 weeks or 4 weeks in this quarter, I want to learn about my menopause. I want to know what's going on, and then read books about menopause because somebody has taken time to write a book from A to Z, and written it. Read an organized book. I don't think reading will help us just by us taking fractions here and there, and they're all jumbled up. If you want to really have access to health through reading, it has to be an organized book that was reading specifically about a topic that you are interested in, about a topic that relates to your health. So how does reading take you from point A to point B? This scripture says, and the Lord answered me, write the vision down, make it plain on the table so you may run who reads it. And there's so many passages in the Bible that talks about writing, reading. Everything was written in the past was written for our instruction. If you don't read it, how will you be instructed? So that through endurance and encouragement of scriptures, we might have hope. So when somebody has hope, hope is connected to health because we know that mental health talks about hopelessness. So when you have hope, then it means that your mental health will be strong. You'll be emotionally strong. And when you are emotionally strong, you are better prepared to take care of your physical health. So therefore, write down these things that you have seen and the things that are and the things that will happen. So there's some things that are, currently about our health. Do we understand it? Do we take care to, I think Sister Morenike talked about writing. We cannot write when we have not mastered the art of reading very well. So if we have read very well, we can read ourselves, we can write and then understand the things from what has been written down. And you shall write distinctly upon the stones all the words of this law. So God is in business of reading and writing, and I know it is for our health that this is available. And the Lord answered me, write the vision, make it plain so that he may run who reads it. So reading makes us to run with our health too. When we read books that relate to our health, you have a 6-year-old, you're wondering, or maybe a 6-month-old, you're wondering how that child will eat food that's, like you want to win the child to an adult diet. You need to read. They will give you some leaflets from the clinic, but some of us might not read them. So take time to read those, and apply them, and God will bless us as we do. When we read, we bring ourselves and our mind to a particular location, the location in the book that the author is writing. This is how we get distressed. You can't read a book by just staring at it. It's a process of continuity. You go from this line to the next line and to the next line. So your focus is there. You are not thinking about something else. You bring yourself into a space where you can be calmed down. This is how we distress ourselves. When we read an appropriate book, and we just focus on it and we keep going on until we finish that book. So I want to encourage us, if we have not been finishing reading book, we will not be able to access the health benefits of reading, because there's a sense of accomplishment that comes when you start a book and you read it. And that accomplishment gets transferred into your endocrine system, into your inner system, the ones that bring down your cortisol, the ones that bring down your norepinephrine, so that you are not tense, so that your muscles can relax. It comes from that sense of accomplishment. Imagine what happens when every time you want to read a book, you just read it 1/4 way, or you just take it and take only a page 1 and then go to the last page. You don't feel the fulfillment of finishing a book. You don't access the benefits of reading that book 100%. Maybe there might be some benefits, but maybe not the complete benefits. So there are different aspects of our health that we can access strength for our health from by reading books, that we can connect reading. We can imbibe good habits by memorizing the content of the books we read. Think about when we were growing up. And I think this helped me when I was doing my PhD. My first presentation when I was at McGill, I really didn't do well. I cried, even though people thought I did well. I knew my mouth was shaking. I knew that my legs were shaking, my hands were sweaty. And how did I overcome that? I went to, okay, how can I improve this? You can imagine how much stress I carried home that day. I couldn't even behave well as a mom or as a wife, just because I didn't do well at a presentation. And how I overcame it was by reading how to strengthen your presentation skills. Also, I decided to memorize certain aspects of that presentation so that next time when I was presenting more confidently. And that made me a more healthy person, in a way, because it reduced my stress level. So, for instance, you are working in your office. You want to read a book that helps you to be a better person at work. It enhances your occupational health, your health at work. Is connected to the kind of content or materials that you feed your mind on. If you want to go from point 1 to point 2, point A to point B with your health at work, you need to have a material to read to help you to get there. What other things, what other habits, or what other strengths can we get for our health from reading books? Activating our inertia. Sometimes you want to do something, you just keep reading, you keep writing it, or you keep thinking about it. I want to do this, I want to do that, but I don't ever get to do it because I don't start and finish. Like maybe there's a book for me to read on it. Activate that particular habit you want to form by reading a book from it, or a book on it. It helps us also to visualize, to be visually organized. Because you can visualize the book you're reading, you can tap into wisdom and results of others. The things that somebody else has gone through, they have written about it, and they have written it in a kind of way for us to tap into their wisdom. So we want to read with the intention of learning. So if it is about headache. It is about sleeping. You read with the intention, okay, what are the points that I've learned from this? What can I start doing differently? Making behavioral lifestyle changes. This is non-pharmacological approach to healthcare now. All of them are present in books. We just need to get the books. And I want to encourage us. We don't get the same quality by doing audiobook or going to video, because we can watch a book on a video as much as we want. It won't put us to sleep. It may not reduce our stress. The calming attribute of just holding a printed material in your hand and sitting down in a place to read it from start to finish is where we get that benefit that we want, that can help. So reading changes our health by changing us. So we're not going to suddenly go from blood pressure up to blood pressure down just automatically. It's because you have read a material that told you what to do about your blood pressure, and then you started doing it. I pray that God will help us. So I will ask us some questions. Have we taken time to be aware of what direction our health is going? What is the state of your memory right now? Do you know? Is your memory sliding by already and you are not aware? Is anything happening already about your health that you don't know? What is keeping you from knowing it? Is it that there's no knowledge available that can help you right now? Or you are just not creating the time? How has you becoming older, how has it been impacting your health? Are you aware of it? Are you aware of your stress level? How relaxed are you? What is the quality of your sleep? What will you look like when you're 30, 40, 50, 60, or 70? How are the things that you're doing right now impacting you quietly and you are not aware? You need to bring yourself to the place of quietness where you can answer these questions, where you can begin to do things differently. Reading a book is one sure way to start doing things differently. If you want to do something differently about your life, your health today, you can start by telling yourself, I'm going to start reading a book. I didn't get to the end of my presentation because of time, but there's something called book prescription that we can start engaging ourselves. On your Facebook story or whatever, you can put this book I'm reading. It's helping me with this. You can recommend it for something else or for someone else. You can create a reading list, that will engage you with the state you are in your life, the state of your health. And empowering yourself with information, with knowledge, is one sure way to grow confidence in the way we manage our health. God bless you. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
A few minutes daily into reading, because and some of the things that reading does to us, it lowers down our stress level, it relaxes our body, it calms us down. Reading is not a passive thing. And then she said something important, that it's not just about the reading. You narrow it down, you focus, narrowing it down to an area of focus. And more importantly, reading changes our health by what? By changing us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ma. The Lord bless you. It's always a blessing, knowing you as a person. And then last year you were here, it was, explosive. Now this year again, we have gained a lot also. The Lord bless you, Ma. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to be here today. God bless you, Ma. Thank you very much, Ma. So right now we're going to go on we've just learned about reading and your health. She talked about us taking the print, sitting down, relaxing to read, ensuring that we read the book from start to finish to have the benefit. So Tommy is a member of the DOD and Virtual Book Club, and then she'll be telling us about lessons from our favorite book.
My name is Tomi Jamal Alayande, and today I'll be sharing with you one of my favorite books. The book is Battlefield of the Mind by Joyce Meyer. I read it quite a long time ago, but the lessons have remained very potent over the years. The Battlefield of the Mind exposes the fact that our minds can be likened to a battleground where several battles take place, and the truth that many of the challenges we face in life are first won or lost in the mind. Failure to win in the mind would mean that the expression that we get to experience is failure also on the outer surface of our lives, or in the physical reality of our lives. Battlefield of the Mind also focuses on the fact that our emotions, we can be in charge of our emotions. We don't have to be driven by our emotions, but we can, be at the forefront, holding and steering the ship of our emotions. So oftentimes we find that we are easily given to our emotions. I don't feel like doing this, I don't feel like doing that, or there's a demand to be disciplined, and it's almost boiling down to the feelings of, will I give in to my cravings, or will I decide to be disciplined at this point? Points to the fact that many a times our minds are where we make those decisions before our bodies actually, play them out. And it's actually not lost, because in reality, if we check the Bible, I think Romans 6 was talking about offering our bodies as instruments unto righteousness. And so we often realize that our bodies are more or less like instruments to what our minds have decided, or what we've decided to do first in our minds. If I were to stand up now, I must have first made a decision in my mind to stand up and make that move. Another thing that I picked from the book is the fact that our mind has gateways, which are the eyes and the ears. That means that our eyes, what we see, what we choose to keep our eyes on, what we hear also, and what we choose to keep our ears on, are determining factors of the posture of our minds at any given time. So if you've continually exposed your eyes or your ears to things that do not enlighten or educate you, do not be surprised if you find yourself in a place where you are given to doing things that are not necessarily positive or necessarily going to impact you positively. It also points to the fact that if you want to change your mind, you must start by changing what you listen to and what you expose your eyes to seeing. There are times that you might not be at fault for seeing something wrong, but if you consistently expose your eyes to seeing what is wrong, then it means that you personally are putting yourself in that place where what you're nourishing your mind and your soul with is not going to be sufficient for your growth, or is not going to help you to be nourished rightly. I would also want to liken that to Romans 12 verse 2, that says that do not be conformed to the thinking pattern of this world, but renew your mind, keep renewing your mind, so that you'll be able to prove God's will that is pleasing, that is acceptable, So when we commit ourselves to a continual renewing of the mind, like I said earlier on, by what we hear and what we see, I would give practical examples in a moment, but when we continually expose our minds and our eyes to what is right, to what is good, what we are doing inevitably is that we are nourishing our bodies, nourishing our minds also, to be able to make the right decisions, to be able to remain sensitive and alert to what God is saying per time, to remain alert to what God's will is, because God's will is pleasing, God's will is good, God's will is also acceptable. When we nourish ourselves, we are able to make decisions that are in line with God's will. And not just about not just on the spiritual aspect now, but even on the physical aspect, that when you nourish your mind rightly, you are able to have the stamina to say yes or to say no to what is right or what is wrong in the right way. Examples of things that we should focus our eyes on or our ears on to listen to or to keep seeing are the Word of God, messages, books that are good, websites, blogs, articles, resources that are good for you. Keep listening to podcasts, keep listening to videos or audio messages that are good for you. And in probably your field of study or field of profession, keep exposing yourself to that which would benefit you for your growth. Decide what aspect of your life you want to grow, and expose yourself to materials that will help you grow in that line. And with that, I know that you would surely be blessed and you would move on to the next level. Thank you, and God bless you. Bye.
Thank you so much, Tommy, Jamal. That was amazing. So much lessons there from the book by Joyce Meyer, The Battlefield of the Mind. Someone was saying in the chat that she just thought about the book not too long ago, and those were very great points you have mentioned. So right now we're going to go to the next session of this conference. I'm enjoying myself. It's very great. It's very impactful already. We're going to go to section 4, and we have not just a chartered engineer. She is a global leader. Is a CEO. Recently he's got something great, and I was saying that oh my God, he is a silent achiever, because would I say his organization just got an affiliation with the Obafemi Awolowo University to kickstart something in the area of masters for of this subsea pipeline, anything you're talking about petroleum and subsea, and it's a huge achievement. So it's a very great man. He's also our international director at DMCIA here, and I'm talking about no other person than
Dare Jeremiah is a chartered engineer with over 20 years experience in the oil and gas industry, with a strong technical background in the consultancy and design of complex subsea systems comprising pipelines, flow lines, and associated structural spools, and hardware including Arctic deep water and high pressure, high temperature pipeline system. He has extensive international experience. His project experience include all project phases and span most of the major offshore oil and gas production regions, with a particular emphasis on Australia Pacific, Middle East, Southeast Asia, North Sea, and the West African region. Dare has worked in senior positions both as an employee and on projects with Intersia, Netco, Subsea 7, Wadley Parsons, Genesis Oil, and Gas Consultant, as well as NPCC UAE. Dare holds a BSc from Obafemi Awolowo University and an MSc from the University of Lagos, both in metallurgical and materials engineering. He also holds a master's degree in subsea technology module from the University of Western Australia. In addition to this, Dare holds a master's in business administration from the University of Tasmania, Australia. Dare has also attended several leadership and management courses internationally, which include but not limited to international business from the University of New Mexico, USA, oil and gas industry operations and market from Duke University, USA, leadership in 21st century, organization from Copenhagen Business School, Denmark, international leadership and organizational behavior from University Bocconi, Italy. Dare is a fellow of the Institute of Engineers Australia, the Institute of Marine Engineering, Science and Technology, United Kingdom, Nigerian Society of Engineers, MNSC, and the Council for the Regulation of Engineering Nigeria, COREN. Dare is vast in developing mentoring and training engineers. He has a passion to share his knowledge and provide major support for engineers in the oil and gas industry, particularly subsea and pipeline design. Dare is also a professional keynote speaker at international conferences. Dare is the Chief Executive Officer of Federal Group, in addition to being the global leader of subsea and pipeline system. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Readers and Writers Conference, Dare Jeremiah.
I don't even know what to say, whether to say praise the Lord, but God understands. God understands. We got to appreciate. We thank God for everybody. We are not in the church, so let's flow with the reading. Because when I look at the people that are here, I was tempted to say, let somebody shout hallelujah. So we want to appreciate God for this program, and by God's grace, that God help. I was at the beginning, which was the one that was done last year, and the DODM charity that's by our dear sister Bisola Ajayi, and of course, we know that we have the man that is clapping from behind, Dr. Sheya Ajayi. God bless you, and all the members of this charity. It's a great thing because it's a unique thing that people don't people always overlook. That because they don't see that area. Even it's a unique conference, and that's believe that God has brought us here will be unique in our own way, in the name of Jesus. Of course, maybe some Muslims are here by the grace of God. Now, the topic, the theme, that's the nation building and the readers, writers, and the nation building. It's a very deep topic, and I appreciate the topic that was given is education, the multifaceted key to nation building. And when I look at the topic, make me to flashback. I grew up in an education environment, in the university environment. I did my primary school, my secondary school, and university, everything. In fact, my parents, so it's like my life is within education. So I could see that because my parents are like civil servants, and you all know that people that are working as civil servants, especially the university environment in the 80s, they are not really being paid. But one thing that I studied from our parents is that when it comes to education, they can spend all their money. So they saw something, because during their own time, they went to school from farm, and God helped them through some scholarship. So that's why every money they are getting, they pour it on us. And I believe we that are parents here, we should do better for our children. So I will be looking at different angle of why education is key to the nation building. And then that will make you to appreciate even your parents after this little, to appreciate yourself, what you are doing now, and even know that the little education you have or the big education you have is actually key to the nation, the growth of a nation. So I will just share my slide. So then, of course, I want to appreciate God for all the presenters, all our big, and I think I'm the first man. So God help me. When 3 powerful women have spoken, I don't know what I'm going to say again. Just like what the way we say that when the apostles have spoken, you now call a pastor to speak. So now all the apostles are the bishop, apostle of UK, bishop of Canada, and then another apostle again from UK. You now call ordinary brother. God will help me. So please just pardon my mistake, and I'm still a local boy. So I may not be able to speak the English the phonetic way, like the sister Busola, the way they speak it. So I'm still a pure local breed. So, so now I will be looking at this topic, education, the multifaceted. In fact, when I first look at the topic, if it's just education, the key to nation building, my job will be a bit easy. I'll just look at the importance. But when I look at the multifaceted, that means I should look at multifaceted, I should look at it from different angles. I look at it, I say, this must be the powerful good that put this topic together, because with that language, that multifaceted first for confusing me. So that means I must not look at it from one angle. So, and I'm going to do a little bit of justice from what I was given. So I will first look at what is education, which everybody know that, and we have looked at it from the way everybody have been saying. Then I will look at the first phase. I will look at, you know, it said that I should look at from different angles, from different phases. So I will look at it from the importance of education to the society. So which is, society is far beyond even a nation. That means every nation is a society, in your marketplace, everywhere. And then I will look at education and nation building briefly. Then the other two areas I will look at is that education, which is the pathway to nation builder, will be looking at it from that angle. Then the last eye I'm going to look again is the effect of education in national development. And then I will look at the conclusion. You may not believe what I'm going to say, but my own conclusion, I will use I, so that you know that this is my own personal opinion. Now, on a lighter note, before I continue, I saw something on Facebook yesterday, and it caught my eye because of this topic. One of my sisters just put something there. I just say, can you get married to someone that has money, but he has no education? Whether you are a man or you are a woman. And I went to the comment section. You know, I'm a comment reader. I'm not a Facebook person, but, and I saw what I was seeing on the comment paper. Everybody was saying, no, no, both man and woman. No, 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 no. Only very few now say, well, even I don't want anybody to be having inferiority complex if I want to. Then another one now said that, how will he be able to influence my children to go to school? Because he has money or she has money. If I'm trying to say, children, read your book. Without your book, you will not succeed. He said he will not be able to convince them because he has succeeded without reading. And so that should tell you that education is very key. Another one I want you to look at it from the education is that when you look at all the nations or any part of a nation that is causing, there's a lot of war going on, or maybe unrest, like Boko Haram, you go to Syria, check the background of what is causing it is illiteracy. Something that is causing problem in other side of Nigeria, if you bring it to Lagos, everybody will just see and pass by. Why? Because of education. So now what is education? Education is the process of facilitating learning, the acquisition of knowledge, skill, values, beliefs, and habits. Now, by the time you look at this thing, the learning, and then acquisition of knowledge, we say, okay, knowledge in one area, which is like what we just been taught by Dr. Budat, to be focused. The skill, okay, how to do something so that I can get a job. What of the value? What to believe in? The beliefs and habits. Now, educational method may include storytelling. Like was telling us that a 4-month-old baby, you can start reading to them. So like storytelling, discussion, teaching, training, and probably directed research. And of course, we know that education frequently takes place under a guidance of an educator. Sometimes the learner may choose to educate himself. And that's what we just read, what we just learned when we're talking of the book with Sister Musola, and then we're talking of the edge and the reading with our edge. So then we can educate ourselves. In fact, we get to a stage now, you don't need to go to the forward of the school again, but the day you stop learning, the stage you stop educating yourself, that's the day you start dying. So education can take place, as I said, in a formal or formal settings. And any experience that has formulative effects on the way one thinks, so that means the informal setting, like parenting, something that can make someone to feel, to think, and act may be considered educational. So it's not only, I finished my PhD, I don't need to educate myself again. No. It means that education, learning is a continuous thing till we leave this world. And then we look at the education is formally and formally, we are looking at the former now, such as preschool or kindergarten, primary school, secondary school. In this part of the world, we know that up to secondary school, year 12 year, or maybe 4, 5, or SS3 in Nigeria, depending on the level, but it's compulsory. In fact, if your child does not come to school, you must send it. If you don't send a note, they will send an absent notice to you. But now there's another one that which we always encourage people is higher education, which is not compulsory, but is a level, it's what we complete after, we all know all this one, after the completion of the secondary school. So now we look at what are the importance of education to the society. The first one, so that will make us to actually now understand how we can even use, like we don't do it in Western world, that you teach your child, you must read, you must do that, but the way our parents treated us, that if you don't read, as if the heaven and earth will fall down. But this time around, we don't usually do it again. But it creates growth of virtues and talents. The nurturing of skill and values is essential to a nation's progress. That means we have the educated mind, valuable information, increased abilities. Now we are talking about, when we're talking about valuable, we're talking about health that time. Accepted attitude that are signs of national growth. And then as a method of progression, education encourages development of talent, abilities and skill to leverage both individual and society development. And then, as a result, education is viewed as a tool for developing skill and characters that will contribute to the general development of the country. That's the first one. The second one is individual personality development. So individual development, which we all know about self-confidence, self-sufficiency, a sense of responsibility, discipline, decency. So these are also, it creates individual personality development. And then the third one is integrating cultural and scientific values, which means the convergence of cultural and scientific ideas sets the framework for national growth. As a result, if you look at the cultural values, it must be expressed at all levels of educational curriculum. So that's why when children go to school, it's not just the academic, they look at the cultural, but that's the social value. And then the fourth one is enhancement of human resources. Every nation, every society develop when you have a robust human capital development. So it's a measure of country's social economic success and the quality of life of its people. Like in this side of the world now, you can't just jump and say you want to be a carpenter. You must go to school to be a carpenter. Even if it's certificate 3, certificate 4, it depends on the level of education. So that you know, understand. Somebody, even ordinary to put do not cross the road, safety sign on the road when they are construction, they do little bit of course on that. So that means labor is developed through the acquisition of this new skill, knowledge, and training. So education is help to enhance the human resources. And now there's one thing that caught my eye, that nobody can take away a person's education. That's what I've studied. It will always help them. One of the greatest inheritance we can give to children is to educate them. My mother is no more, but I still remember her because of the beating that I must read. So death took her away, but death could not take the education it gave me away. Now, parents should see investing in their children's education and investment that will benefit the society in the long time. And then the fifth one, so now let's look at the education and the nation building. Now we know that education is normally the acquiring of knowledge, as I've said before, our education status may differ from one country to another country. So that's why when you look at, they call it a developed country, developing country, actually what they're trying to say is that the country that is called developed, they already have a level of almost everybody is educated. They know their left from their right. Now, why the nation building is the implementation of the processes that push ahead and gear towards composing various institutions of the country. That means that's where the main aim is to reflect the wishes, the need, and the aspiration of the wider society. Education shapes a person just as people are essential in determining nation standing. So whether it's day-to-day school or residential, they play a vital role to shape children. And then we look at this second eye. What's the education pathway to nation building? We have looked at it from the society point of view, from the individual, from the family. The first thing is that education creates an enlightened society. As I said, some of them maybe we are from Nigeria. There's some things. That's why we never understand what Obafemi Awolowo did to the Southwest that created a compulsory education. If you go to the North, you will discover that what is causing a lot of fight there. How can somebody as a young baby body man, 25-year-old, be carrying a gun and begin to run around in the bush? It's illiteracy. That was what Jonathan discovered, and he was trying to put them to school, make them go to school. So they will never endanger the nation building efforts. Now look at the major problem. I've checked the leadership in Nigeria from 1960 till now. The number of people that are at the leadership level, let's say the C1 level, they are majority people from the North. But despite that, the problem that is causing major problem for the nation building in Nigeria now is the people the area that they are not educated. Because educated elite and citizens, they always tend to be responsive and responsible general public. During the last election, I was just discussing, I said, so I just assumed that some of our staff in Nigeria, when they are doing election and they are doing campaign, what is it called? Campaign, rally ground, during office hour. I said, I can't imagine anybody just going to sit down there. And that's what Babadebo said. He said, when you see people at the rally ground, 2 million, 3 million at the rally ground, it shows the level of illiteracy and level of poverty in the land. So that means educated, they will be responsible general public. And in other words, it means that they obey state laws, bylaws, rules, and regulations. So without the character, no nation building effort will be set into motion and a smooth sailing. Where the Boko Haram is based is Borno State. The GMD of NNPC is from Borno State. The former chief of Naval Army Staff is from Borno State. All the top guys in the government during Buhari, they are from Borno State. But does that stop the nation building there? We are still having a problem. The major problem there is lack of education, nothing more. Now, the second one, nation building requires a meritocratic system with a view to make all institutions to be more effective. That means only this kind of environment, a better education system can be. So that means country must have a good human resources, competent enough to carry day-to-day affair of the state. Governor, you can't, why if you look at majority of the problem we always have in Nigeria is that the people that are not competent, that the one that you see them in the House of Rep, you see them in the National Assembly, you see them, well, I'm using Nigeria as an example is that because the major problem we have there is lack of education, proper education. So if they are less, they are not doing anything, they will not be able to carry out the real something. Most states collapse as a result of low level of education because the human resources is so weak. It means that the capacity of filling qualified students at the state institution, that will cause a lot of problem too. So by elevating the level of education and the nation building task can be improved. I've had opportunity to go there as far back as 1998, when they declared the Kayama Declaration in Ogweburi in Ijo land. I was there. It was even, they were the one that pushed us out in the oil field that we were there in 1998. And I was able, because that time God help me. I was still a bad boy, so I mingled with them, and what I study is not the level of poverty that is affecting them, is education. Because what in their village, that light does not shake, because Shell, Mobil, Agip provide light for them 24/7. That's number one. Now they do give them, they can do gara, Asawana, they just come and do gara, go collect money from Agip, 5 million naira as at 97, 98. But within 2 days, the money is gone. They start coming again and say, causing a lot of problem. What is the problem? Is education. And the people that are educated there, they are cheating them because they know that. Then the third one is that it requires a democratic society that allows the contribution of all the people in the country. So with proper education, there will always be increase in democratic participation. Everybody, there will be an inclusive participation. So, like for example, now what we are reading, now what we are doing now, government is not the one doing it. But why we can do this one is because we are educated. So we are doing our own parts. And the fourth one is that the schooling stand out as a very crucial in the formation of cross-cutting cleavages. I'm based in Australia. I run a CEO of a global company. What can make me to be there is because of education. You are based in Canada. What we are doing there now, the reason why we can be doing all those things is because you are educated. And because you have basic education, you started from primary school, you started going. I always laugh jokingly. I say, when I see a young boy, a young girl, a 4-year-old, and they wear uniform, I say, hey, I'm going to school. And he starts joking, I will just smile. I say, you are just starting life. Because this uniform you enter now will take you from one glory to another glory. I don't want to use the way from one struggle to another struggle. So it's tend to embrace diversity among nationals. You'll be able to go to anywhere. And then the fifth one is that, which is very important to every nation, it creates a large middle class, doctors, engineers, scientists, professionals, technicians, teachers, normal business people. This class is very important to nation building because they provide necessary expertise that is needed in nation building. This is the reason why emphasis has been laid on education, because an educated society is a very strong society. It is a society that is set for development. And then I will look at the, as I'll be writing of the effect, which is going to mirror what I've said before. There are three major effects from what I've said before. To have the domestic effect, economic effect, and the social and cultural effects. When you're talking of the domestic effect, several studies have proved that most parents, the more parents are educated, the more they pay attention to what their children are learning from school. This highly and positively influences their children's school achievements. Like I said, if somebody that posted something on Facebook, and I saw it yesterday, and because of this topic, I look through the comment. A man said, he said, with all my already they go up and down. So that means my wife will not be able to do my children assignments. As simple as that. So that means he's not asking for too much. Now, this takes us to the next point, that if women are educated, through education, women can have basic conditions to participate in economic activity. Of course, I will not want to talk too much on that. Most of us that we live in the Western world, you know what I'm talking about. By the time you did demand, you pay the bill, you begin to get the buy-in. We know that you need the help. Good. No, furthermore, the quality of a family life. Now take notes. And God bless all the women here. I know that we're all educated. It can be improved by mothers' literacy, educational and economic experience, social and political status. We've seen many politicians that when they eventually become politicians and they run away, they say their wife cannot follow them to Abuja because they need an Abuja wife that can speak to the people. So because it has the high possibility that educated women will eagerly try to improve their own and their children's life and to eliminate the vicious circle of poverty. So now when you look at another economic effect, which I will just use the basic education. What is the basic education? It's comprised of 3 R, and thank God we are doing the 2 R here. the reading, the writing, and then the last one that maybe I believe our DOD charity, we add it next time, arithmetic, because I'm an engineer, you are cheating us. Which help us to live in a community requiring many economic responsibility. So the basic education is being used as a catalyst which accelerates economic development by influencing and enlightening people's desire for learning. And this guy, Amateur said, he said basic education is the most vital tool to widen freedom, and it provides decisive and fundamental foundation to poverty reduction. UNICEF and UNESCO also pointed out that basic education investment will be the main factor contributing to the poverty reduction. Now, of course, when it's under the economic factor, you look at the economic and income. If a person finishes 6 years school education, he or she can earn 50% more than someone that did not even go to school at all. So the more you're educated, you earn much more than we do when you are not educated. Now, I don't want to use the word that they cannot be, we're talking of earning now. We're not talking of rich. Somebody can do business and become very wealthy. So I'm talking of earning. So that means if someone that now finished 12 years school, he can earn twice more than those that have not completed their education. And then the final one is the social and cultural effect. According to the expert, education helps critical thinking towards organization, custom, institution, and contribute to the national and social development. So the chance that education not only gives people knowledge and skill, it always also strengthens the people's social, political, cultural capacity and community spirit. Then this guy, Wolf and Zuga, they reported that if education rate grows, electoral participation increases due to social integration, crime rate decreases, women rights improve, and can realize justice. We look at many of us that are living abroad, we are the one complaining about what is happening in Nigeria too much, because we know that what they are doing there is rubbish. Why? Because we are enlightened. And then I'm saying, in conclusion, this is my own personal opinion. You may disagree with it, so that's why I put I. I strongly admit that education is the milestone of every type of national development. With education, all the nations can develop its economy and society to be better than before. So I believe all the type of education, especially the basic education. So if they can force our people from Boko Haram side, that just like the way we do here, from year 1 to SS3, that is compulsory. If your child is not in school, you'll be arrested. They put a J tag, it will reduce. Because by the time they finish secondary school, they give a lot of scholarship to go. So create an awareness in both men and women that makes them self-reliant and self-dependent. So that means, and the final note, it has the power to create stability, understanding, and equality among people, family, society, and further the nation. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, sir. That, in fact, I need to come back to study this slide. It's like when you put gigabyte load together. When you put gigabyte load together, you get the great clap of Wow. It's like when you put gigabyte load, when you load something very concentrated, within a very short time. Each of the slides needs to be studied because each of those slides can be expanded into a book. Thank you so much, sir. We are really so grateful. I have my notes here, very full right from when you started. So when the community is educated, there is incredible allocation and production efficiency as well as rapid rate of advancement. You said something very important. I'll put it out as a quote. Nobody can take away a person's education. It will always help them. How many people are receiving inspiration now to go back to school or to do a course or something? Because I don't know, I'm just so encouraged. I'm so encouraged. Parents should see investing in their children's education as an investment that will benefit the larger society in a long term. In fact, there's so much. And then when we go to the part of the women, empowering the women, education, how it helps, it's also, if I need to go on and on, a educated society is a very strong society. Thank you so much, sir. We have really been so blessed. This is really very loaded. I'll still go back and listen to it again. Thank you so much, sir. It helps us to embrace God. A lot of bless you, sir. An educated society is an enlightened society. It's really so powerful. The Lord bless you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. We are really grateful. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule. Thank you so much, sir. The Lord bless you, sir. Wow, that was great. That was fantastic. So right now we're going to be moving on to look at something also very unique. The way the Lord has been putting out unique things. And it's rhyme emotion pictures. I do write rhymes. So this one is just part one. It's part of the BODM Virtual Book Club project. So it's rhyme emotion pictures.
Ìyá mi, ìyá ni ò jẹ́ ń jìyà, ìyá ni ò jẹ́ ń jáyà. Ó fi ọ̀já rẹ̀ pọ̀n mí, ó fi ọ̀yà rẹ̀ tọ́ mi. Nígbà tí mo wà ní kékeré, a máa pàṣẹ pọ̀ fún mi. Ìyá mi wà lára àwọn ènìyàn tí Olúwa lò fún mi láti jẹ́ kí ìrìn àjò ayé mi kó yá. Ìyá mi. Ìyá mi. Ìyá mi. Ó yá ohun tí ó lè yá kí ọ̀nà tèmi kó lè yá. Ó jáfáfá. Ìyá mi. Ìyá ló fi ọ̀já rẹ̀ pọ̀n mí rẹ ọjà láti lè ọ̀rọ̀ ẹja jẹ. Ìyá ni ò jẹ́ ń yá kúrò lọ́nà Olúwa. Ìṣe ló ń ké pe Olúwa lórí mi ní ìṣẹ́jú.
Fantastic, amazing. Isn't it wonderful that people have talked today about their mom or their mother, how they have been key influencing factor? We just heard from Engineer Dari, how the role his mom played. His mom is long gone, but the education cannot be taken away from him. Our first speaker, Monica Jai, spoke about our mom. I think I also spoke about my mom. So that's a great piece, rhyme emotions for mothers. honoring the sacrifice and celebrating the sacrifices of mothers. So right now we're just going to be moving on to another great session, reading and technology, which will be handled by Dr. Oluseyi Ajayi. But before then, we'll have his bow play. Then we'll have the session by section 5 by Dr. Moses Ajayi.
Oluseyi is a fellow of the Higher Education Academy and a senior lecturer at the University of Lincoln, United Kingdom. In his role as the digital lead for the University of Lincoln Aldwych campus, he leads and supports the university's digital initiative towards efficient and effective use of ICT tools and platforms in the teaching and learning activities on campus. Oluseyi Ajayi obtained first class in food engineering from the Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, Nigeria, and MSc with distinction in advanced manufacturing engineering and management at Loughborough University. His PhD area of focus was in manufacturing and operations management. Oluseyi worked also on the as a UK project supervisor for the Agri-Food African Knowledge Transfer Partnership funded project that is supporting international collaboration and advancement of new skills, knowledge, and innovation in the agri-food business and agri-food sector in Nigeria. Prior to this, he successfully worked as a co-investigator and deputy project leader on Interreg Northwest Europe Food Heroes, which focused on innovative solutions to reduce food wastage with project partners in Netherlands, Germany, France, Ireland, Belgium, and United Kingdom. He has also supported the successful completion of the Europe Regional Project funded project to champion sustainable business practices, food waste reduction, and collaboration among SME employers in the food manufacturing and engineering sectors in the Lincolnshire area of the United Kingdom. He has led the registration of over 6 trademarks with UK Intellectual Property Office. This has helped businesses with brand protection. He is the recipient of awards such as the University of Lincoln, United Kingdom Teaching Excellence Awards 2017, Engineering and Physical Sciences Research Council Scholarship Award UK, the School Merit Prize for the Best Overall Individual Project, Wolfson School, Loughborough University, 2009-2010, the Student of the Year, International Student Helping Student Scheme, Loughborough University, and lots of other awards. Oluseyi currently supports the activities at the St. Andrew David Ministry UK, which was founded by his wife, Olubusola Ajayi, over 8 years ago. Their union is blessed with children. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Dr. Oluseyi Ajayi to the Readers and Writers Conference.
Thank you very much. Before I show my face, let me quickly give myself the time. And while I'm doing that, I want to say a big thank you to everyone who has spoken before me. I think it's been very enriching for me as well. Thank you so much, Morenika Ajayi, for that. It was very brilliant, and also we also heard from Dr. Bumi Akinpelu, very brilliant as well. And in fact, in session 2, yes, we heard from Evangelist Olubusola Ajayi. That was very powerful as well. Dr. Dari, Pastor Dari, that we've just heard now. So very, very brilliant teaching as well. In fact, everything in the program has been very brilliant. Everything. Personally, I've learned as well. I've learned a lot as well. I believe I'm audible in Zoom, because I'm just trying to check that everything is fine. I can see the nod. Thank you so much. So for this particular session, we're going to be looking at reading and technology. Well, we know in terms of what is ongoing now, we know that technology is so important. So what we're going to be doing in the presentation, we will look at what is technology, the use of technology very briefly with some case studies. And also for me personally, I like to talk about being very careful. We need to mind the gap. As far as technology is concerned, we need to mind the gap. We need to mind the gap. We need to be very careful. Technology is very great, but we need to ensure that we are using it in the right way, especially for our children. When they are using it, we need to ensure that we are able to guide them and also give them that guidance, that leading to ensure that they are using it properly. So we're going to just go right into what we need to do for today. So we've seen the outline, what we are going to be doing. So we're just going to go straight into what we need to do. So I believe that I will also be very fast so that we can have some room for question as well. So we know very quickly the last year I talked about this because we still need to define technology. So what it is, and I believe we all know. So because of that, I won't waste too much time here. We know it's a combination of products, processes that can be used to simplify our task, to complete them very easily and even quicker. So generally, I remember when my wife was talking about everything we are seeing here and there, where they all started from. I never thought it in that direction. So at the same time, this technology I'm talking about is the application of the knowledge. The knowledge is coming from science, but you agree with me, we are also the scientists. So the knowledge coming from people to the application of those knowledge into our activities. So what I'm going to be doing very briefly, because of our time, conscious of our time, is to look at it's used in reading. So I'm just going to just refer us to one that I've just discovered that is very, very, in terms of what it's doing, in terms of I'm not marketing the product, so I don't even know them, but I just want us to look at what this can be done because we are talking about reading. So that's why I say, okay, what fits in perfectly into that. So there's a particular pen, it's called C Pen. And it empowers our ability to read and understand and even learn as well. So there are different versions that we can see on eBay or on Amazon that we can use. And in fact, I think before we even talk about a C Pen, let's make it simple for ourselves. On a personal note, I've used technology. No, it might not be a very great technology as we are going to look at it. I've used, for example, professionally, so busy that I don't have time to do so many things, and I want to write an exam. So what did I do? I jumped on technology wagon. So what I did was the exam I want to write, the note, I converted the audio version of the notes that they have, the test I'm going to read. I turned it into MP3, and I started playing it when I'm traveling for work from one campus to the other. When I'm going to work, when I'm going to church, I will be listening to those to the text. So I'll be listening. I remember when I wanted to do my life in the UK test. So it was the audio. I was just playing it around. So it can be as simple as that. Even that is without even buying anything. So I was just listening and listening and listening. That is an application of technology. It might not be something that is huge, as big or as emerging technology as I'm going to be as C Pen. So it might just be as simple as devising means to learn and so that's personal. That's on a personal, because I wrote the exam. I wrote the exam last week. I think last week I wrote one exam last week. I didn't have time. I wanted to even ask them to please postpone the exam because it's a professional exam. So just like we've been talking about, we want to read and get certification, a professional exam, and I didn't have time in preparation. I wanted to ask them, can this be postponed? Because I wanted to travel as well. So can this be postponed? And I wasn't feeling fine too. Can this be postponed? I said, they now told me that yes, we can postpone it, but you're going to pay some money. They don't worry about the money. I will write the exam. And to the glory of God, I was able to write the exam. I didn't get the mark I want, because every exam I do, I want to have 100%. I think I got 80%, but that was too small. I always want something higher, but 80 is not bad. So, to the glory of God, but with limited time, so I was able to. I was listening. Even when I'm going to church, going to work, I'll be listening, and that really helped me. So now let's look at imagine one. So C pen. Now this is a very, there are several of them, but I'm just, because of time, I'm going to just look at this and look at how it works. A reading pen with monolingual dictionaries, to help us providing word definition. I'm going to see it now, how it works. It can support independent learning, and then you can read the text aloud for us. It's a pen that is reading the text aloud for us. You can look out for word definitions. Now, why do we need all of this? Sometimes we might be very busy, or you might even be tired of, okay, now I just want something to be talking to me rather than me straining my eyes. That might be the case. So whatever it is, so that is why I'm just showing us this. You can see now it's a tool that can be used to support learning. You can also use to learn new languages, so which is something very unique. You can use the pen to scan through the text, and then you can have the pen to tell you the equivalent of that language in French, in German, in other languages. So this is another pen. We have C pen, we have Lingo pen. The Lingo pen is the one that has the functionality to interpret. In addition to what the first pen, the C pen, can do, the Lingo pen can support learning of new languages. It has a bilingual dictionary for word translation, and it also supports, like we've said, to learning a foreign language. Now, if we're at home, in school, we can use technology to read, understand, and learn independently. So we're going to see that very shortly. As I've said earlier, we can use it to learn new language, to understand new language, and finally, it can also help us with efficiency, with performance optimization, like what I said earlier. Driving around, listening to what I want to do. Although that is not all. I still find time to sit down and read and take notes and so on and so forth. But while I'm moving from one place to another, I was still listening. I was still getting myself to try and understand the knowledge I'm trying to look at. So what we're going to do very shortly is another thing before then. I think another thing is that it can also help with people with reading disabilities. Now, some people have difficulties in reading, so this can help, maybe because of the eyes issues, or maybe because in terms of, some people have that challenges. Some people do have that challenges. So technology can also help them as well. So what I'm going to do very shortly, about 15 minutes more, is to just illustrate very briefly how can we use those pen, for audio boost. For example, audio boost is about when you are trying to listen to to what you are reading. Instead of reading it, you are listening to it, but you are doing it in a noisy environment. You can use audio boost functionality to increase the volume. You can use variable speed as well. Text recognition, very powerful, and also you can word definition, like I've said earlier. Learning new words, new dictionary, new the meaning of words, and so on and so forth. So let's have a look at some of the illustrations. So this is just a quick video illustration. So we're going to look at a very short video illustration. Let's have a look at that. So number one, video illustration. So let's have a look for the audio boost. So this is C pen.
The picturesque city surrounded by beloved Red Rock.
The next generation C pen has a new audio boost functionality. It makes it possible to amplify the volume.
The picturesque city surrounded by beloved Red Rock.
It's helpful if you have a hearing impairment or if you are in a noisy environment.
Again, this can be
Audio
very helpful
boost
for
for
someone
better
with hearing
clarity.
impairments as
Meet
well.
the next.
So the second one is about speed. If I think I don't have the time.
The next generation C pen has a new faster speech functionality.
In Ludlow, 500 miles away.
It makes it possible to choose a much faster speech speed.
500 miles away. Then Beaumont turned over restlessly on his side. Blue smoke, he muttered. Blue smoke.
So this can help.
That
this
way,
can help
you
with
can save
productivity.
time and maximize your productivity.
So if you are thinking about time,
A
you want to
faster
be
text-to-voice
so this can
option.
help. So
Meet
another one
the
is
next generation.
text recognition. So this one is about text recognition. You can
The
see
next
you can see
generation
it's scanning
CPEN
it
has a new
on text,
technology for
scanning it,
recognizing
and that is
text.
going to be converted to
He came upon a
going
notice
to be
near
converted
the
to audio.
ornamental lake.
It's using artificial intelligence to improve its understanding, making it faster, better, and able to recognize more fonts.
Filming on location, director Don Siegel made the city by the bay a vital part of Dirty Harry.
New AI-based text recognition. Meet the next generation CPEN.
Let's look at another one. Word definition.
CPEN Reader 2 has more easily accessible word definitions.
Particular.
With the new display structure, the meanings of words become clearer.
Used to single out an individual member of a specified group or class.
This makes it easier than ever to understand the meaning of a word. More easily accessible word definitions. Meet the next generation
So you can
CPEN
imagine
Reader
that,
2.
you're trying to learn new words. Maybe somebody, maybe your child is reading, and then they want to get new. They encounter a particular words that they don't understand the meaning. That can easily tell them very quickly. Of course, we have our dictionary there, the traditional way of doing it. Now let's look at the last one that combine everything. So this is not CPEN. This is something I found on Amazon, I think. So if I'm scanning the text, this is just combining everything together. You can see the different languages.
Then one morning, exactly at sunrise, she suddenly showed herself. Entonces una mañana, justo al amanecer, apareció de repente.
And again, different accents as well, the speed. This is just combining everything. So, so you can see what technology can do in terms of studying.
After.
It's so massive. It's so massive. You can see what we can achieve with technology. Now I will go back to my presentation now. So we've done the video illustration. Let's have a look at just writing up, because if there are questions, I would also like to answer any question. So now like I said, I remember the last time. I don't know why my wife is giving me this technology. No, technology is very great. That's, to be honest, it's very great. As we use it, we need to use it responsibly. We need to use it wisely. Now, when all these pens that we are seeing, some of them, when we are buying them, let's ensure that our private data is protected. So digital footprints may be difficult to erase. Let's ensure that we have protection against our invasion of our privacy. So we should not use technology to give our private life away. No, this is not just about this pen now. I'm just making this is a general discussion. We should not give away our private life with technology. I think I was talking to somebody in Nigeria, and he said that every time the guy is traveling, every time somebody will just be telling him, this is where you are, how are you doing, how is USA, how is Texas. The guy was just wondering, how do you know I'm in Texas? So because location has been turned on, so everywhere, everything you post on Facebook, they can monitor, they can follow the vibe. But immediately the person just say, oh, you've been followed, okay, location issue. They really turn off the location, and so and since then the person was unable to follow the guy again. So let's ensure that we use it very wisely. Technology is great; it can be very helpful for us, just like we have seen. But we should ensure that we use them in a way that will not harm us. Now, in the UK and EU generally, we have what we call General Data Protection Regulation (GDPR). It's very great, but we should remember, for those who are not in the UK, for example, we should remember, or in the EU, we should remember that this is limited to some regions of the world. So this particular regulations, the mandated data people, industry working on personal data or data processors to ensure that not just industry, everybody, that we protect individual data. There's a responsibility. It gives power to us. We can dictate how our data is being used. So, and also some content may be suitable for us. So sorry, some content may not be suitable for us. Sorry, that's what I meant. And as you can see, please, we should guide our eyes. We should guide our heart diligently. It's not everything that we can watch. It's not everything that we can use. So we should ensure that we have measures in place to guide against against things that are not fit for our consumption. When I mean consumption, our spiritual, in terms of what we need to look at. So I want to say thank you very much. So I don't know, I'm just conscious of time. We started since 11. So any question on the use on technology and reading? If you have any question, I'm happy to take them. Why I would like also to say a big thank you to everyone who has delivered lectures before me. And also thank you, Evangelist Olubusola Jai, for this privilege. So my prayer is that God will help us and give us the grace to be able to use technology wisely. In Jesus' name. Thank you very much. Any question from anybody? So sorry if you don't hear the clap. I'm the one doing the clapping. So I clap myself. All right. Any question? Any question? Any question? Okay, I can see people clapping. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, man. So any question? Any question? If there's none, okay, I'm just going to hand over. Let me see if there's any on the chat. Okay, no question. No, it's not really complex. It's not really a complex subject. Technology is something that we use regularly. So, Evangelist Olubosela, I'm going to hand over back to you. Thank you so much for the privilege. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. That as our first and foremost, thank you so much for ensuring that you're here today at the conference. You just came back from a long travel. Thank you so much. And thank you. I'm really so happy that this session took place, because it was actually something I missed out of before the Lord highlighted it, that technology, missed out something. And the flyer had already gone out and everything. So I had to, go and speak to Dr. Jaida. Please, your session is very important. God has highlighted it, and we have to have it, and it has to take place. And I'm really so happy. So with this CPEN now, I've noted it down. I'm just going to see how well we can adapt it in our post-conference outreach, because very soon I trust God that the post-conference outreach will roll out in full force. And I trust that as you're listening, you're here, you're going to patronize or introduce us for people to patronize our online service. We're going to be having online services that people can subscribe to for volunteer. It's actually called Volunteer Reading Support Group. Is something that we came about as a result of this conference. So it shows that the conference is bringing out fruits, and we want to really focus on services, the elderly, looking at those in the care homes and the likes, how we can support them with reading. So this is when he mentions CPEN, I said, aha, so we'll just look into how we can use all of this technology to support people with reading, in addition to reading physical tests to them. So I wouldn't say delve much into that, but thank you so much, Dr. Moses Ajayi. We've really been so blessed by that session. Do not go away. We are rounding up, but we have not yet done. We still have 2 more sessions before we call it a day. And those 2 sessions, I will advise us not to miss them. We are going to another session, section 6, I believe, and this is going to be taken by, I marvel at the consistency the consistency. When I first took notice of what the Lord is doing through them, was doing the the lockdown, and then they began the husband and wife series. How many of us have been blessed by the husband and wife series online by Podram? And the consistencies of them, if you know what it takes to put a movie out, then you now multiply it by a movie out every Friday. And that is what this ministry have done, consistently for I don't know how many years now. The Lord has been helping them to put out the movies. And can I just use this opportunity to just say thank you to him and his wife. They have been a blessing to our ministry. Some of the movies that people see about our ministry now, they did actually help us gain some visibility for our movies, by sharing our movie flyers. And I would like to openly say a big thank you to them, for that. So we've got Evangelist Ayobami Adegboyega, who will be taking us on the role of faith-based movie in nation building.
Ayobami Adegboyega is a Nigerian gospel filmmaker who have been given the opportunity by God to spread the word of Christ using the medium of films since 1996. Through Podram International, which God has given him as a worldwide vision, he spreads the gospel of the kingdom of God through movies and other dramatic media. Podram School of Ministry is a ministerial school that is a division of Podram International. It developed theater ministers both spiritually and professionally for the task of the ministry. Their weekly YouTube series, Husband and Wife series, which has produced breathtaking testimonies to the glory of God, reflects his passion for the Christian home and attempts to communicate the thinking of Christ on families, relationships, and marriages through film. He has the authority to apply God's perspective to problems that can impact marriages and families, giving talks at conferences and providing counseling to assist couples to have that kind of marriage God desires for them. He's happily married to evangelist Mrs. Olabimpe Mary Adegboyega, and they are both blessed with wonderful children. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Readers and Writers Conference, Evangelist Ayobami Adegboyega.
Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you for having me. And I especially want to thank Daddy for that powerful presentation. When he was asking for question, I was planning to make my own question private. Okay. What I had in mind is that I want to ask if I can get a pen that will write script for me. I'll just dictate. So once again, thank you for having me, and I want to appreciate God for what you are doing. Thank you. Please, I want to apologize that I won't be able to share my screen. I've been following from the vehicle. I went for a drama ministers retreat and just coming into the office. So sorry, please. The role of faith-based movies in nation building. I've been following what we have been discussing, and thank God for what our international coordinator, Dr. Jeremiah, Pastor Jeremiah, talked about. And then when I heard his CV, I was scared. This is beyond anointing. So I also will go and get more certificates. Praise God. Now, I want to begin to address this issue from what Pastor Jeremiah talked about. The place of education, the importance of education, and how it can help us as an individual, as a community, and as a nation. Now, talking about movie, I have discovered that the emphasis that is, put on education, particularly reading, because you see, there are people that their own education is just that they just went through school. School did not pass through them. Once they are done from school, they dust their books and that's all. For me, education goes beyond that. So it has a lot to do with reading, self-development, grooming yourself to become a better version. But I discovered that it is something that has to be deliberate. There are a lot of campaigns about reading. People should read, people donate libraries. And most times when you get to libraries, you don't see much people there. People that go there, they go there probably because they want to write one exam. But just reading for self-development is not as common as we have it, particularly in this part of the world. But you see, when we talk about movies, the way people watch films, it cuts across both the elites, both the literate, everybody see movies. So it became something that was now drawing attention of people. As far back as about 10, 12 years ago, an NGO called me in Nigeria, and they wanted to do an educative movie on a particular ailment to sensitize people. And some of the things they said was that they have done a lot of print, they've done publications, billboards, and all that. But they discovered that through the instrumentalities of movies, media, informations are well disseminated. So talking about movies generally, if you want to pass across any information, if you want people to get anything, just go through the media of movie. I try to check about, online readers platform online compared to, online video or film platforms online. And it is scary, it is amazing how people are watching films. YouTube alone has over 2 billion subscribers. Over 2 billion subscribers, just YouTube alone. Not to talk of Netflix and also, video platforms on social media. So now talking about a faith-based movie, because when we talk about faith-based movie, we are talking about the content. The platform is the same. The audience is the same, because today, faith-based movies are not limited to the walls of their denominations. Before, when we do films, we take it to churches and they see it. So if the film is not good, probably they will still clap for you in your church and all of that. But today, it's a global platform. So whether it is faith-based, it is mainstream, the impact, the way that it reaches out to people, is universal. But then because my focus is on faith-based movie, and of course, that is what I do. That is what I do, and that is what my ministry does. I'm going to be talking about three major areas because of time. How faith-based movies help in nation building. Number one, righteousness. Righteousness. What is righteousness? Righteousness is just the quality of being morally right or justifiable. That is righteousness. Righteousness has nothing to do with religiosity. Most people that are religious are not righteous. So righteousness, you don't approach people with religion when you are righteous. And any faith-based movie must be able to project righteousness. And because every nation, every tribe, according to Proverbs chapter 14, verse 34, that righteousness exalts a nation. Every nation rises by righteousness. It is not about religion. It's about doing doing things right. I remember there was a year my wife and I were in Dubai, and then the hotel manager told us that if we went for a film shoot and we didn't have enough money. So we got a very cheap hotel, and they told us that if we are not going to use the Wi-Fi, the money will reduce. And I said, oh, we don't need Wi-Fi. We didn't need Wi-Fi. And they should give us a very cheap room. And later I was frustrated that I got cut off from the internet. And I went to the manager and I said, okay, you said maybe 50 dirhams or something. Can you give me half of that so that I'll pay you 25 dirhams and I just use little of your internet? He now looked at me, he said, you, this man from Nigeria, you want me to do something not good? Police come, put something in my hands, go to jail? No. I will not do that. I felt embarrassed. I said, no, I am not asking you to do what is wrong. I just said, give me half of the data. I said, no, you Nigerian people, I don't do what is not. In other words, they have a structure that we are not used to. In our country, you can negotiate anything. They have something that is working for them. And this guy was a Muslim. So I was now telling my wife that there are structures that are in place in some places that it makes it difficult even for you to sin against God. If some things are, properly followed, the level of temptation that we are faced with when things are not properly aligned in a nation, it will be different from what other people are faced with. So I just learned that day that, wow, this thing called moral, this thing called righteousness has nothing to do with religion. We just need to get our right perspective. So we must be deliberate that when we do faith-based movie, we must know that the quality of righteousness must be exalted. And of course, when people watch it, they have so much to learn and they become better individuals in their respective community. Number 2 is decency. Decency. A faith-based movie must have a reasonable degree of decency in terms of appearance, language. What do I mean by appearance? These days, unlike before, when we watch films from the mainstream, because personally, I am an advocate of the fact that everyone cannot be called into ministry to do gospel film, that we can still have believers who are sound Christians, but yet they do movies in the mainstream for entertainment purpose, for economic purpose, just like we have medical people, just like we have lecturers, you understand? But they will be able to do content that adults and children alike can watch and nothing will happen to them. That they watch and you will not feel like, oh no, my child cannot see this, my children cannot. So we are lacking that in our generation now. Just see that they want to tell a story and the story has nothing to do with nudity, but they will just wear something terrible. Why? I mean, many of them may have the answer. So I believe that we have a better alternative in faith-based content, that decency is there. And then in terms of language, the things that we say that, the children should not hear, that is not good for them. When people see faith-based movies, they should be able to comfortably sit down and leave their children with that, because one of the strongest ways by which morals are passed, culture are passed, beliefs are passed, is through entertainment. I've seen crazy things, and then you ask, how do people get to know about this? They just say they saw it in a video. A celebrity does it. Today, if a celebrity decides to wear different pairs of shoes as a style, everybody will embrace it in our generation. Why? Because they just saw it in someone's content that they respect. So we must be deliberate about the things that we package to people. And because people that are doing, mainstream production, some of them we call them secular production, because of the demand, because there are so many underlying demands that make them do some of the things they do, introducing nudity where it is not necessary, foul languages and all of that, so that they can generate traffic at the detriment of the mental health, spiritual health, and sanity of people, particularly homes. So a faith-based content must be deliberate in not, indulging in such thing. So we now discover that, because as a producer, I know so many people who are not of our faith, who are following our channel, and they are getting back at us. Because personally, I love to treat issues other than, things that are not just churchy, not religious in nature. I want us to address issues so that something will attract your viewers even to the message you are preaching. That they are watching your film, they don't like your religion, but they like your content because you are treating issues. Even though underline, you have a message that you want to pass across to them. But the way you approach your message is such that it is highly educative, it is instructive, and it's entertaining. So I know that this is also going to be an encouragement to fellow producers that we don't just approach faith-based content in the name of 100% spirituality. A lot of research work has to be done if you are dealing with any matter, things that has to do with medicine, make consultation, things that has to do with legal, make consultation, and then like that, and you discover that people are really, really learning. Recently I got so many calls about people who wanted to japa, they wanted to leave Nigeria. Why? Because they saw the film, they outturn. And some will call and say, please, I want you to tell me whether to travel or not. I said, I won't tell you, I'm not your God. The only thing I could do was what I've done. So you go and ask God, you go and ask the Holy Spirit, you go and discuss with your spouse. So that's to tell you that people can be influenced with your content. And I've seen people said, thank you for this film. I wanted to make the mistake of my life. Why? Because the man was abroad, and then the woman too was trying to leave, leaving 3 young children behind. So why on earth will you take that decision? But because, this side for greener pasture sometimes. But when they saw the movie, they decided and said, okay, the woman said she was going to stay back and then take care of the children. So I believe that has salvaged that family, because there's every possibility that those children may turn out to be nuisance and be something else to the environment, the community. All right. Then the third one is that a good faith-based movie must be educative. Most times when we approach our movies from the angle of the cultural beliefs, maybe as an African now, because one of the things we enjoy, thank God for all of you in the Western world, most times I get tired of seeing Western movies, because particularly those ones that has to do with fictions and shooting of guns and just killing people and all that. Because we in Africa, we have too many stories to tell than shooting of guns. Once they talk a little bit, they bring out guns and all of that. But here, we have so much to tell. We have so much stories to tell. Stories ranging from in-law, marriage, growing up, different cultures and backgrounds and all of that. We have so many stories to tell. Now, in all of these stories, there are bad ones that have been presented to us, and people are passing them across. People are passing them. A faith-based movie, we have a way of shielding those information from the integrity of God's word. And you get what I'm saying? Because, okay, there are films that they will talk about, sacrifices, killing people to appease the gods. When God is angry, they kill to appease the gods and all of that. So even if you are not a Christian, you don't believe in Jesus, when you see a faith-based movie, you will see that in a way, they are going to correct that error, even though it is a belief, it is a culture or some set of people. Because as simple as it is, it enrats our, our name, our posture, what we stand for to the global world. And also it passes some information across to people. One day someone was saying that they were asking some young people, what do you want to be? What do you want to become? Someone says, I want to become a Yahoo boy. Someone say, I want to become an herbalist. And all of these things, when they did find this, how did you discover, come by these things that you say you want to become? And then they discover that it is from the things that they have seen, what they watch, the things that they sit down and watch. So we need to be very, very deliberate about the things that we watch. Because if care is not taken, we may think that we are raising a generation that will take over after us. Meanwhile, another, the unknown people, that people are watching their content, are really taking over the heart of these young ones from us. It's so funny that when parents think that they have labored to raise their worlds, their children, and then these children now get to a age where a particular age where they can speak for themselves. And then you now begin to notice that these are not some of the things I have taught these children. These are not some of the things I have passed across to these children. And then they don't usually leave the confine of your home. Where are these things coming from? And through the media. A lot of them through the media. A lot through the media. So I have seen homes, by the grace of God, who said they don't see any other content other than gospel, faith-based. Apart from listening to news and all of that, watching films, watching content that will help life has to be from faith-based. And these things are advantageous. They have so much advantage. Because when you just give a little opportunity for some of them to just explore, there are a lot going on. And it's because even the devil that doesn't like our homes, that doesn't like, the future of these children to be glorious, he too knows the way you manipulate his ways through all of these producers. Some of them, they may not know what they are doing. They may not know, because sometimes people think that why will you just naked yourself because someone said he was going to give a particular amount of money? Don't you think about your future? Don't you think about your unborn children? That these things you are doing will live for life? What will become of your children when they see you like this? The Bible says the prince of this world has blinded their eyes. So many of them may not even reason beyond what they are hitting presently. And they are affecting destinies. They are just destroying destiny. Pastor Jeremiah was talking about people in Nigeria, all those Boko Harams and all of that. You see, the way they have been brainwashed. I was a Muslim before, and I know that if you are well taught and brainwashed Islamically, you can go and carry time bomb and just explode yourself with other people. Why? they have worked on your psyche. They have worked on it over time. They will have put them somewhere and walk over them and work on. So if they can work on you, work on your brain, work on your, belief system to the extent that you'll be willing to kill yourself, then we must be careful on things that we allow our people to listen to, we allow them to watch. Because if someone can just wake up today and say, I don't believe in the institution of marriage. Why? Because he has seen so many influencers who said, you don't need to be married to be a successful woman on earth. You don't need to be married to be a successful man on earth. So all of these things, many parents are not seeing it now, but it is crucial. It is very critical, very, very critical. So, and I believe that God is helping faith-based gospel film producer to begin to put detail into all of these things, into all of these things. And finally, I want to encourage everyone that is on this platform and people that will be watching hereafter, that God is helping faith-based producer. One of us is our host today, Mami Busola Ajayi, with Amazing Productions. That people should also be of encouragement, of sharing some of these great contents, share them, project them. Many of the things that we celebrate in the other side, not that they are more powerful or more, excellent or rich than what you do, but we just need more platforms. We need more platforms. We need more platform to be able to exhibit all of these things so that people can get to watch them. There are still a lot of people that have not get to see our content. And I pray that God will help us in the mighty name of the Lord Jesus Christ. So once again, I want to thank you for this privilege and the opportunity to be part of this seminar. God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir, for honoring our invitation. Thank you for, I would say thank you for being consistent, for making us to have something to look out to watch week in, week out. I tell you, it's not easy.
Yes.
Not easy. I think recently I was not feeling fine for about 6 weeks. I couldn't do much. And
Wow.
when I got my body back, I said, devil. And I think within 2 days, I edited 2 movies and I put them out. My children say, you are putting out 2 movies. I said, I need to recover the time.
Wow.
So I know that is a great work. It's not easy to be putting movie out every week. Thank you so much, sir. And thank you so much, sir, for this seminar. You have really spoken well what a faith-based movie must have righteousness. There must be decency. And one of the ways in which culture, those things, morals are passed is through the media. So faith-based movies, we are doing well. We are very important. And you talked about us. There needs to be a lot of things to go into when we want to make movies, research, making concentration to make sure that we are knowledgeable in that area that we are making a movie on. And you talk also about that, the fact that a good faith-based movie must be educative. Thank you so much, sir. The Lord bless you. It's been an impartial with you. Grace upon grace.
Amen.
Apply to you and the team in the name of Jesus. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you.
So much. Thank you so much, sir. So right now we are just going to move straight to the final session for today. The final session for today, and it's going to be on songwriting, gospel music, and nation building. Songwriting, gospel music, and nation building. I'm trying to share my screen, Dr. Ajayi. Trying to share my screen. Says, okay, continue. Okay, I've actually continued Okay, so I'm sure we can see my screen now. So songwriting, gospel music, and nation building. I want us to, this is also a very critical session that I do not want us to miss out um, anything from. I'm sure we can see my screen. So we just start. So what is a song? When we mean by a song, what do we mean? A song is usually a melodious music containing lyrics and may be accompanied by an instrument or an array of instruments. So when we talk about a song, we are actually talking about what? We are actually talking about it having a melodious music containing lyrics and maybe accompanied by an instrument or an array of instruments. So who is a songwriter? When we refer to songwriters, what do we really mean? A songwriter is a person who writes lyrics of a song and may also arrange songs. These songs are either written by inspiration or by reflection or meditation. Some people would say that, oh, I receive my songs. I do not sit down to write songs. You are still a songwriter, because even right there in the Bible says that my heart, in the book of Psalms, says, my heart is inditing a good matter. I recite my composition for my king. My tongue is as a pen of a ready writer. So when the Lord, or when the Lord gives you that inspiration to sing, and then you still need to put it down, arrange the lyrics, possibly send it to the producer. So you are actually what? You are actually a songwriter. So these songs may be written about either by inspiration or by reflection or by meditation. So what are the components of a song? So the component of a song includes the following: lyrics, voice, and instruments. So when we have a song, the song must have lyrics, it would have a voice, and then it will have instruments. So what are the benefits of songwriting? When you write a song, we are talking about, remember we're talking about songwriting, gospel music, and nation building. So we are first setting out by defining the terminologies. So what are the benefits of songwriting? It outlives the writer. So many songs that have been sung by people that have even long gone, we are still singing them till today. It reaches the places and people you may never reach physically. So by the time you have your song, you record it, even places that you don't even know, you have never reached or you may never reach, your song has gone what? It has gone ahead of you. It could also serve as a means of income. So that's revenues, paid royalty when people buy your CDs, when people stream your music. So it can do what? It can serve as a source of income. So that's the benefit of songwriting. We have looked at what do we mean? Who is a songwriter? What is a song? Benefits of songwriting. So now let's go to what is music. Music can be said to be an arrangement of sounds to release a melodious, harmonious, or even therapeutic sound in the ears of the audience or the listener. So that's what music is: arrangement of sounds to release either a melodious or harmonious or therapeutic sound in the ears of the audience. So now let's look at gospel music. What do we mean by gospel music? This is a genre of music typically characterized deeply by Christian lyrics. So that means that when you talk about gospel music, it must have what? Christian lyrics. That lyrics is what makes it gospel. So according to Classical Music 2023, gospel music began around 18th century, and it's said to be written to spring up from America. So, and it's usually casted by hymn-like melodies or harmonies. So in addition to this, the style of music may include reggae, pop, Afro, beats, jazz, rap, and country. So, but once you say it is gospel, a point I want to emphasize is that it must be deeply rooted in, the lyrics must be deeply rooted in, it must be Christian lyrics. So that is, deeply rooted in the word of God. So according to Masterclass 2023, gospel music can be classified into 4. So, and this include the traditional gospel music, urban contemporary gospel, country gospel, and British gospel. So that's according to the Masterclass 2023. So what does music actually do in gospel, in nation building? Because, and I want to really emphasize on this part, because as Christians, so because when we're talking about gospel now, we are narrowing it down to the Christian faith. So as Christians, we most of the time we look at, we just take, you know, what we do as, oh, we go to church. Yes, we go to church. I serve God, and that's it. But you know, when the Bible talked in the book of, when God was saying that be fruitful in the book of Genesis, multiply, he said, replenish the earth, have dominion. In that area of having dominion, we are not really dominating as we ought to. Why? Because we have limited ourselves to within the church walls. And what the Lord actually wants us to do is to influence the nation, is to influence the world. You know, when Jesus Christ was going, he sent us out into the world. So most times we are all about ourselves. We are all about our gatherings. But as a Christian going forward from this conference, you should be able to see yourself. How do I influence my world? How do I change my world? How do I influence my community? How do I influence my society? Because that is when we are truly beginning to do what? To have dominion. And that is when we are truly beginning to do what? To make impact. So what does gospel music do in nation building? So music is not only a universal language, it is also a strong binding force. Either as a solo listener, that means you're listening to it, you either by yourself with your earpiece, or aloud, or with a group of people. So it is a strong binding force. Therefore, gospel music, in addition to its spirituality, is a strong unifying force that binds together a group of people, or a diverse race or ethnic people. You know, when the Lord began to open my eyes to the future of what we are doing, I marveled and I said, Lord, this thing that we just started like this, you mean this and this area is where you are going to. So I want us as a Christian, or as a faith-based, as a Christian, as a child of God, to begin to look beyond where we are, to begin to look and see ourselves in the society, making impact as nation builders, because gospel music is actually a very, very vital tool for nation building. We have said it, that it unifies, that is, it brings about unity. And then we'll now see how. The role of gospel music in nation building, the first and foremost is that it creates platforms and promotes unity. And, you know, it promotes unity by bringing people together within or outside the same community, language, or race. When you say you are having a music concert, for example, or you're having a music program, or you've created a platform whereby you bring people together musically, what do you mean? You see people begin to gather together. They may or may not be of the same language, and that is what we say. They may or they may not be of the same community or race. But what does this music do? It promotes unity by bringing everyone together, either under one roof, a localized space, or even an online atmosphere that is gathering online. Examples include, I've put our own music outreach here, the Atmosphere of Glory. Example include the Upper Room. Upper Room, I think, is done by Ndusi Eko. The Kingdom Called by Nathaniel Bassett. The Altar, just recently from Jesus House, UK, is also a music program. The Atmosphere of Glory Special Revival Edition is run by the Son and Dave Ministry here. BBC Songs of Praise, you know, I think it brings about the choirs, and then they come together to sing. That's, you know, promoting unity. It's a great platform by the BBC. We have the Sinach and Friends, that is run by Sinach. We have the Outpouring, also run by Lucia Ecom, Worship and Wonders by Dr. Eneche. We have the Jesus House Encounters, what's her name, by Victoria Raise, Along with God by the Beckys. It's so much, and it's not only about, I just put this just as an example. there are so many outside of this that put their platforms whereby gospel music has been a tool to do or to promote unity by bringing people together of different languages under the same roof. So the role of gospel music in nation building, it helps to promote diversity and inclusion. And this is achieved via collaborations with songwriters or gospel singers. Because when you create that platform, you are bringing together collaborations. That's different when you invite different ministers to come, different songwriters to come, different gospel singers to come. It brings them it brings a kind of synergy, when they all come together, either from within the same community or even from across nations. And that's what we see. These are things that we see taking place in the gospel music scene now. Gospel music ministers or artists from America, from Nigeria, from Asia, from the Middle East, everybody coming together, collaborating together, so that platform that they have created, that platform that is being created for gospel music is bringing about what? Diversity and inclusion. And this is very important to nation building. In fact, some of the songs by different gospel music ministers have even been translated to different languages, translated to different languages, being sung by people that they have not even met them before across the nation of the world. So as gospel music is a vital tool for nation building, to promote diversity, to promote inclusion. It's also a means of revenue to the nation. For example, now if we are staging a concert, we are staging a music program, or music outreach, or some people within the United Kingdom, they are going to pay for the venue. The payment of the venue is generating income to the nation. They are going to rent, they may or may not rent equipment, use skilled engineers, photographers, videographers. All of these are doing what? They are using skilled personnel, which and all of these are doing what they are. It is adding revenue to the nation. It is contributing positively to the nation. So therefore, it is safe to say that gospel music is contributing positively or contributes positively to nation building. Now, let's look at confidence and mentorship opportunities. Evangelist Agboega was talking about, most of the ways in which cultures, things that people do now they are passed through the media. Now we have gospel music ministers or gospel music. It helps to build confidence and mentorship opportunities. And that's why I have the diagram of the youths, because these are the people that their minds are open. And if they are watching the wrong people, or they are the ones that are modeling them in the negative way, it's not going to help them at all. But gospel music, it serves as a means, because they watch some of these people who have created this platform. They watch, some of these music ministers, and then they are encouraged, they are challenged to want to pursue music as a career. They are challenged, this builds confidence in them. Also, let's talk about the music itself. The music itself, some cases, we all know what happens in the atmosphere of worship, in the atmosphere of, praising God. Music have been said to have, how will I put it, healing effects on people. When they gather in that room and then they worship God, or even on their home, just listening to the music. There have been cases of people suffering from depression, anxiety, and other related problems that have received their healing via gospel music. So gospel music also has its own therapeutic effect, which is also a good contributor to nation building. So let's talk about building faith and help the spread of Christianity. Music with deep spiritual lyrics stay in the heart longer and provide opportunities for reflections. which help to build faith in an individual. And that is what makes gospel music different from other music, because of the deep spiritual lyrics, it stays in the heart longer. It provides opportunity for reflection. Even after you've listened, it keeps ringing in your head. And what does it help to do? It helps to build faith, because it's a form of listening to the word of God. The Bible says faith comes by hearing, and hearing by the word of God. So gospel music is a good vehicle or a good platform to spread Christianity. So now let's look at songwriting, still continuing on songwriting and its role in nation building. Lyrics have a very powerful effect on the mind. I want us to hold that tightly. Lyrics have a very powerful effect on the mind. And that's why we don't just listen to any song, because what we are listening to have a way of uttering our mind, have a way of uttering our emotions. So, and that's what makes gospel music what? It makes gospel music unique. It generates and revives the soul through deep spiritual lyrics, which have powerful ability to transform mind. So it revives the soul through deep spiritual lyrics, which have the powerful ability to transform mind. Some cases have been reported of people suffering, okay, I've said that, depression, anxiety, and other related problems, receiving healing via gospel music. So it preserves the cultural heritage of our faith. Gospel music, such as the traditionally sung hymns, have very powerful lyrics. Can we put in the chat examples of hymns? I'm seriously very particular about hymns, because these hymns, they have been written 100, 200, 300 years ago, and they are still being sung till date. Why? Because their lyrics are powerful. So some of these have been composed over 200 years ago, and they are still being sung in churches today, in Christian gatherings, etc. Some of these songwriters were referred to as poets. There's something we do in the ODM charity, and it's called Hymnal Friday. So that means that every Friday we look at the life of an hymn writer, and then we look at, okay, what they went through, and okay, how did they come about their song, and just dive into the stories of their life. But they won't. Today we use the word ministers and the likes. They will refer to them as poets. So there are some songwriters, they're referred to as poets when you go down to their history, or hymn writers. Sometimes they refer to them as hymn writers. This inspiration of some of these deep lyrics of faith came to song when they were passing through trials and difficulties, and how they triumph while finding succor in the word of God. And so those are the things that makes it powerful. What does gospel music? I said it preserves the cultural heritage of that faith. That means that these hymns, they are handed down from generation to generation, and they are still very relevant. So they help to preserve the cultural heritage of our faith. It serves as platform for revival. Revival is an awakening call to deep fellowship and consecration to the Lord. At different stages, different nations, America, United Kingdom, etc., have experienced what is termed as revival. Example is the Welsh revival, the Azusa revival, and more recently, the Ashbury revival. We all know what happened, post-COVID with the Ashbury revival, when people gathered and they began to worship God, and they could not stop for, I think, about 100 hours. Was it 100 hours or more? They were there just worshiping God. So, and that is the powerful force of what gospel music can do. So during the revival movement, aside the word and prayer, music play a crucial role in setting the mood or creating the atmosphere for this mood. So by the time we finish this conference, I don't want us to trivialize gospel music. I want us to see us, if you're a gospel music minister, or you are doing something, or a chorister or something, you are very important, very vital, beyond the four walls of the church, to nation building. Oftentimes, a certain people become stuck to the deep lyrics of a song, and this produces a transformational effect. Most of the time, the world have a way of keeping record of their things, but I found out that we Christians, we don't keep records of our things. We don't have a platform to put together our thoughts and ideas to say, okay, this is what we are doing, this is the progression. And I think one of those things that the Lord would have this conference do, because it was really very particular that I include this in our teaching, is to beginning to have that, that documentation of what we are doing as Christians, because it's really going to help the next generation to look back and have what to fall on. So revival oftentimes they start as a gathering of small people, often sweep to the community, diffuse to the nations and other nations as the case may be. In the case of Ashbury Revival, it started in the US and then we began to hear about it across the nation of the world. If people are changed, the nation is changed. So examples of what we have done, I just put this as an example. We've actually been running this Inner Friday for over a year in Sunday Ministry Charity now. So this example of what we put out nearly every Friday, because sometimes some Fridays I'm busy and I just keep it, but we try as much as possible to have it. So this Jane Borthwick, so she lived from 1813 to 1897. She was born in Scotland in 1813. She was an anointed, I put anointed because they will put a hymn writer or a poet. So anointed hymn writer and a poet who translated German hymns to English. Some of our works include Come Labor On, and the stanza I do on them. Yes, but some of us will know those hymns. Rest weary soul, thou knowest the Lord, to mention a few. So in addition to this, Jane was involved in foreign missions and gave generously to homeless shelter. So this is one of the things. This is an hymn writer, Jane Borthwick. Another person from the United Kingdom is Walter C. Smith. He lived from 1824 to 1908, was a poet, an anointed hymn writer, and serves as an ordained minister of the gospel of Jesus Christ. Was born in Aberdeen in 1824 and also schooled in Aberdeen. Was married to Agnes Monte during his lifetime. His most popular hymn, Immortal Invisible, the Only Wise One. Sometimes we just sing this hymn, we don't know the labor. What this has helped us to do is to reflect on the life of these people. What heritage did they pass on to us? Most times when we sing this song, there's an anointing that comes. There's this aura in the atmosphere. There's an anointing that comes when we sing Immortal, Invisible, Blessed. But there's a story also of their life. So these are great contributors. Just looking at the previous works of people that have lived before, the great works they have done, and they are great contributors of what? To the building of our nation, because their works are still relevant till today. This is Frederick William Faber, lived from 1814 to 1863. Was born in Yorkshire, England in 1814, a poet writer who wrote several hymns. Despite struggling with his health, he carried out pastoral duty in the Church of England, but later joined the Catholic Church. He was one that wrote the In Faith of Our Fathers. And another of his most widely sung hymn is Jesus, my Lord, my God, my Jesus, my Lord. You know it. Oh, make me love you more. So these are powerful works that have been done by great men, that have been done by great women, still speaking today. So gospel music, in my conclusion, let me just conclude. I concluded by saying that a songwriter is a nation builder. So if you are writing a song, don't undermine yourself. Don't look at yourself that, oh, probably my song have not reached 1,000 views, 1 million views. You are a nation builder. If you're singing in your choir, you are a nation builder. Gospel music plays an important role in nation building, although this field still seems a bit unrecognized and unexplored. I think there's so much work that needs to be done. It also contributes to the economic growth of a nation. So we are economic growth contributors. It helps to treasure and preserve the cultural heritage of our faith. And I think this is a good place to conclude on the Readers and Writers Conference. I'm equally actually very passionate about this gospel music, and I think that we would begin a post-conference outreach, because from my findings here, I just felt, oh, this area seems so unrecognized and unexplored. So our post-conference outreach will help us to shape it further, and then we would be so amazed. Even I myself, that I'm very involved in the post-conference outreach. I'm amazed at the findings, what we find out with the post-conference outreach. So from this conference today, there have been so many knowledge that have been gained, but I want to tell us that none of this knowledge will be lost. Just like Jesus said, gather all the fragments, after he fed the 5,000 with 5 loaves and 2 fishes, we'll still go back to eat from this. We'll build up the post-conference outreach, and you'll be hearing from us. So thank you so much for your time. Right now, we'll hand over to Dr. Moses Ajayi for the vote of thanks. Dr. Moses Ajayi, over to you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hope you can all hear me. Thank you so much, Evangelist Olubusola Ajayi. Thank you for this, for putting this together. And I want to say a big thank you to everyone who has joined us from the beginning to the end, and those who joined midway because of other engagements, and those who have left as well. I also want to say a big thank you to all our lecturers, those who have delivered very wonderful teaching, I would say. We've gained a lot from you, starting from section 1 by our sister Morenike Ajayi, MBE. Let me just put it: we are not family, we are not related, so it's not the same Ajayi. So there are so many Ajayi, but I know spiritually we are related. Oh, I can see hands up. Evangelist Adeleke will come back shortly to you, or you want to quickly? You can unmute yourself, sir, if you want. If there's a question or any contribution. Hold on, sir. I just want to take you back. I'm trying to. Okay, go ahead now, sir. Yes, sir. You know, that's okay. That's okay.
Mommy Sola just said, I mean, this is lovely. And I'm also a hymn lover. Let me put it that way. I think one of the challenges we have faced, I'm going to be a little bit, I don't know, I'm trying to look at the best word to put it. As she was just speaking, I just had to grab one of my hymn books that I have around me here. And I was just flipping through, and I kind of, from my own perspective, the collations, the compilations, we really cannot find anything from us, in quotes, Africans, as it were, or permit me to use the word other parts apart from, I don't know if you get, so I think, like she mentioned, that part of us, I mean, our own parents, our own forefathers also went through things while they were also converting to Christianity, as much as the little I've read. And I think at that time, they too would have, brought out some things. I love the fact that she was trying to anoint many of those hymn writers. Some of them were not particularly deep Christians as we claim to be today. They were just normal people who were doing their normal stuff. They had relationship with God as well. And then I'm just wondering why 200 years after, we are still stuck with those hymns. Permit me to say, they still carry the same power as they were as of old. But what is wrong with us? Why have we not come up with, great lyrics like that can become hymns and be sung in church? Kudos to the Redeemed Christian Church of God. I mean, I follow many of the programs, and I think recently, I don't know if we observed that Redeem has been trying to compile kind of the hymns with the same tones but different lyrics that we can personally, as a church or individuals, relate with more and more. I mean, now it's all muddled up in my head right now, and I think I'm safe where I am. I'm just trying to pour everything out and trying to, make sense of the whole thing of how we as the current generation can actually also maximize everything God has given us at this point, to also begin to look into that, not just writing songs alone for, we could create hymns as well. That's the point where I'm coming from. Like, how do we go about that? How do we also become, that's part of it that generations after us will be able to link up with and say, oh, minister wrote this hymn, minister that wrote that hymn as well. Thank you once again for the privilege to be part of this program, and thank you for everything and all the commitment. God bless you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir. And I don't know why the echo is coming up. Dr. Ajayi, and that is the area I want to come in. By the time God, let me just share a bit with you. By the time the Lord said to me, we need to start the book club. We need to start what was it again? Immediately when the Lord said you need to start the charity, you need to start the book club. And immediately he said you need to start the book club. I was quite reluctant, but immediately I accepted. And he said you would have the Readers and Writers Conference. So I think one of the things, if you listen to what I said before, that we don't have documentation as Christians. On this side of the developed country, they have the documentations. They have, you can go back and look at the hymns. You can say, okay, this person wrote this. And I think one of the things DODM Charity would do is to serve as that bridge within churches. And that is where we need the cooperation of the churches to come together, to be able to pull our resources together. There are some things I cannot share, and that is why I'm not moved. Yes, we thank God for those that are here today. It's an increase in last year's, I think, if I'm correct, I'm not so sure. At some point we had people come in, and then, but it's far beyond. It shows how our God can think, how he has created everything, but how we are not harnessing the opportunity. We should be able to have compilation of all of these works, because we're not going to be here forever. And that is one of the things that we are setting up with this rock conference, So it's not just going to be. Sorry, doctor, please let me answer that question, because what he has said is really, really very important. So it's combining everything, having a proper documentation of not only for the music alone, for all our works, even as children of God, as in the Christendom, so to speak. If there is something that you have done in an area, even if it's, for example, if it's prayer, if it's music, we have it compiled. There's a record for it. Oh, so person did so this. When there was a book, I belong to a group that I saw recently on Welsh Revival, and then we have you can see the documentation of every of those things. But I think we of African descent, we need to really enhance that opportunity to begin to look at, okay, how do we have every of these things, documented? How do we have them that we can? And when I mean documented, I don't just want to give some things away, because I'm not sure if the Lord will want me to share it yet. Is to have a platform, is to have a place that we can, have this body of knowledge sunk into, and they would serve as guide to the future. Okay, yes, I think my question and answer session, Dr. I know you are conscious of time, but okay, sir. Hold on, sir. Olubimi Akishola, please carry on.
Okay, hello everybody. Please, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. I wanted to ask what connotes a hymn? If I were to write something now, for example, how would I know I'm writing a hymn and not a song? And like, how would I know that whatever I've created is I can classify it as a hymn? I'm pretty sure like we have several things that have been written as Africans, maybe songs or whatnot. But then I'm very curious to know what attributes am I to look for to know that something is a hymn and not a song.
Okay, thank you so much. I think when you write a hymn, you would know. I have, to the glory of God, the Lord has helped me to write a few hymns. That out from the progression and stanza, you will know that this is a hymn. And what do I mean by progression and stanza? When you study the pattern of most hymns, you would see that they have like a verse, and then they have the same chorus. Mostly, usually they have the same chorus. So if you have inspiration of something coming to you in that direction, by the time you put your verse 1 down, you put the chorus, and then you have verse 2, you have verse 3, and then the tune, that it depends on the way you, would I say, receive songs from God. You know, by the time that inspiration comes on you, or you receive those songs from God, the tune, you'll be able to know. And there are sometimes you just have received the lyrics, and by the time you look at the lyrics, you say, this thing is going in the pattern of the hymn. You don't have to change it to a song. If it's in the pattern of the hymn, leave it as an hymn. And you would just see it. You've listened to him, the Lord has helped you, you know, you have been in the church setting a while. And then if you listen to the what the Lord is saying to you, the voice of God, what He's speaking to you, this thing is an hymn. So you leave it as an hymn. I think the first hymn I composed was in 2016, Grace and Glory at Work in Me. And then thereafter, after that, the Holy Ghost, our God gives grace and glory. Yes, the Holy Ghost, our God gives grace and glory. That the Holy Ghost, I could tell you, we traveled to a place in Nottingham to do a recording, and we got there, we're tired, and then overnight, everybody had gone to sleep, and I just found myself singing that song, flowing like a river, flowing like a river, flowing like a river, the Holy Ghost, flowing like a river, flowing like a river, flowing like a river, the Holy Ghost. The words just came like that, you know, like a mighty rushing, and I knew that it was an hymn. You would know that it's an hymn. Thank you very much. I hope I answered your question. I don't know if there's anyone that wants to contribute to that question from the platform.
Thank you, Ma.
No, any other contribution? I will continue. I'll carry on with my vote of thanks. The reason I was conscious is not because of one, I'm conscious of time. Secondly, you're also carrying Grace, and I think Grace was sleeping as well. So that was one of the reasons I was saying let's formalize the responses. So thank you so much for those responses, and also for the questions. I want to say thank you for Evangelist Funsho Adeleke, and also our sister from Canada for that question, for the very, 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 very important questions. I believe we've got the response to that, Sister Oluwabumi Akinshola. So for me, just to carry on with the vote of thanks, I want to thank everyone for coming, and also for your active listening and participation as well. I want to thank a big thank you to all our teachers, our presenters, starting from Mommy Morenike Ajayi, and also Sister Olubusola Ajayi. Thank you so much. Dr. Bumi Akinpelu, thank you for that session, very powerful session number 3. And also Pastor Dari Jeremiah, thank you. And also all the infillings in betweens that we have. For example, the lessons from my most favorite book by Tomi Jama Alayode. Thank you for that, for sharing with us. We also had some sessions, a session from Kayefumi Tijani as well. Thank you so much. And again, we have from myself, all glory to the Almighty God, and Evangelist Ayobami Adigboyega. Thank you so much, sir, for blessing us for that session as well. Very high opener session. And we ran it up with Evangelist Olubusola Ajayi for looking at aims and also nation building. Thank you so much, ma, for that. The comment from everyone has been very beautiful, and I would like to say they gave me more time for this session. But I'm going to wrap up. I'm just going to say thank you, everyone, and I'm going to hand over back to our host. Thank you for bringing us together. Okay, now I think I can give you your 5 minutes to talk. Now I can see you're not carrying Grace, because you're carrying Grace with one hand and you're talking. No, that's a lot of hard work. And that's what I was conscious that make it quick, so that I can lay Grace on the bed.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ajayi. Thank you so much. So I don't know if there's anyone that has this is for closing remarks. If you have anything you want to say before we close, we have actually come to the end of the meeting. If you have anything to say, closing remarks. Any contribution? We would also encourage feedback or your testimony about the readers and writers. I think it will go a long way to encourage people to attend the readers and writers conference. For some people are just turned off that is reading, is writing. I've read 2 units. Okay. Please go ahead. Tolani, please go ahead.
Yes. Oh, okay, ma. Yes, please use your voice, please. Yes, ma. I just want to ask a question. There was a time I wrote a song, but like if you are a type of person, the time you wrote that song, like someone really annoyed you, then you wrote the song, but it was a song like directed to God. Can you say it's an inspiration?
The lyrics of the song is the lyrics of the song directed to God?
Ma?
Is the lyrics of the song directed to God?
Yes.
Okay, it depends. Maybe you would say that the person, if I get what you're saying correctly, it's not that you are writing a song to speak against that person.
No. So
it could be that that situation moved you. I would put it in that way, to a closer relationship with God, and then a song came from the situation. Is that what you are trying to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, it could, because there are times that situation and circumstances, would the Lord could use it to bat a song through us. Maybe probably possibly a rejection or something, or a closed door or something, and then you begin to sing about your faith and confidence and hope in God. And yes, it is a song of faith and hope in God. And the inspiration can come from situations, just like we said about the hymns, that those people, they pass through. I can't remember the hymn writer that lost his family and wrote, the person that wrote it is well with my soul, lost things, lost the family, and then began to sing, when peace like a river attended my way, when sorrows like sea billows roll, whatever my Lord you have taught me to say, it is well with my soul. So a situation brought about that song. And sometimes it's a way of the Lord. Sometimes the Lord, it might not be that someone annoyed you. The Lord will take you through a situation to give you a song. It takes you a situation to give you a message, because there's a message He wants you to pass across to your generation. So it is absolutely very correct that okay, thank you, Ma Kishola. All right, so Spafford wrote it, Ma. Thank you so much, Ma. So it is very possible that the Lord will take you through things to give you a song.
Okay, Ma. Yes, Ma.
Thank you for that question.
All right. Sorry. I mean, this is home for me, so I think it's safe to be able to share. I think I will start from the last question. From my own perspective, that is my own perspective. The Paul we are talking about today wouldn't have been great if not for the things he went through. The Apostle Paul. If we look at most of his epistles, they were born out of one issue or the other, one experience or the other. And that's the Bible we are reading today. That's what. So when sometimes we pass through some situation and like it's posted on the chart, a message can come out of the mess. As long as you are not targeting it at somebody trying to, be vindictive over whatever it is. Many a times God inspire us in such way. And then I'll go back to the other question that was asked about write a song. I think the thing about him is just the same art of literature that we have poetry, you have prose, you have drama. You can turn a drama into a prose, you can turn a prose into a drama. I mean, it's all about the stanzas, the verses. Most of the time, hymns. There are several songs we have done in MZII. If you want to convert them to hymns, they are very easy. We just change the tempo, convert them to stanzas, look for rhymes. Basically, most of the time, the inspiration comes, and then you also have to sit down and make some, adjustment, and as the spirit leads, to make it standardized. Now, this is my own question, ma. From experience, some of us still struggle with rap gospel music. Where do we balance it? I'm still expecting. I've seen many articles for and against it, but it's still very funny that I've not been able to experience a place where rap is being sung and there is speaking in tongues as much as I would want to. So, most of the time when you're in a worship atmosphere where other songs are being done, I mean, this is, I'm home now. So I'm trying to like, okay, where do we stand? Some of us enjoy it and sometimes want to like, okay, come, is this actually, some of the lyrics, I mean, would carry you without the rap. But now let's look at that perspective. It's what's your take on that? Where do we go from there, ma?
Thank you so much, sir. I would say that rap. Actually, I have a friend. She was actually here at the maiden edition. She taught us the diction and the eloquence. She actually loves rap. She does it, but she's a daughter of a vicar in the Anglican Communion, and it seems I never even knew that right from back then in the university, she would write her raps, and things like that. That's our own form of expression of gospel music, and our lyrics they are from the scriptures. So it's our own form of expression of the gospel music. But I think that we need to study our culture and environment. For example, if you attend the Anglican church, it will be difficult for you to do a rap in that kind of settings. So I would say that you look for settings or platform where that means of where the rap is acceptable to them. We talked about I think is it the Rechabites in the Bible that they lived in tent and they didn't build houses, and so there are some places that when we look at, and that is why there is a thin line between the music and there's music and the gospel music and the culture of worship. When you get to a place, I read something from someone online. She was saying that, someone in Nigeria, she was saying that when she goes to a church and they are singing all, the American style and everything, she's wondering where the cultural rap praises and, where you have the Nigerian vibes and, and everything. It's different strokes for different folks. Some churches, in a bit to be universal, they will say they only want the English mode of worship, and that does not even include rap. Sometimes just the contemporary way of, singing and everything. But it might not capture the needs or the way the audience have been raised up to worship. So I would say just find I wouldn't promise to say that it will be totally accepted all over. But what I would say is that those who feel that God has given them that means of expression, of music, of gospel music, they should push more and create more platforms so that other people coming after them can find people that they have created that platform and they can follow after. So that is just what I would say, because music is it's a kind of influence. When we see all the highly placed gospel music ministers release their songs, it's all about influence. How do you influence? So it's all about each individual trying to influence the community and influence the nations with their music. So if it's that's what you have, if it's your line of music, follow through it. And if you love it, find people that sing it and be blessed by it. So, but it will take a lot of influence. It will take a lot of platform creation for such music to have expression. I hope I answered your question. Okay, please, over to you.
Okay. Sorry, I was almost saying praise the Lord. It is well. Okay. Thank you so much, ma. Please, are you hearing me? Okay, thank you.
Loud and clear.
Yes. This is very powerful. I've learned a lot today. When you stop learning, you start dying. And I thank God for this opportunity. One thing that some of us are not doing very well is that, well, what I think is that we don't want to pass through difficult times. And I have a book of My Husband Loves Him. It's from formerly from Baptist, where I like hymns too. So the combination, and there is this book that we have at home. It has hymns, it has the CD of the hymns and the origins of the hymns. That's why I know some of these names. And if you go in depth to what they went through, that like this woman that was blind, the name just ran away from me now. She wrote, let's say about 10% of most of the old hymns that we have. And this woman, blind, and the work is still living after her. You would think she's blind. What is going on here? How will she do these things? But you know what? She did not allow her experience to limit her. These days, some of the youths and children that are coming after us in this age of microwave, all they want to do, they don't want to go through any hard time. In fact, they will let you know, look, they don't believe that God is a God that gives hard time. God does not give hard time, but life do happen. Life gives hard time. And when life gives hard times, Jesus himself said, he said, in this world you will face what? Tribulations. He faced his own. So who are you not to face your own? But the thing is that you are not going to allow the stone that you hit your leg on to trample on that leg and break it. You get up and move and use the stone and now step on the stone to move forward. That is what all these people, what they did. So in case we are going through some things, I'm sure it is not that so that we can just go and sit down and be mourning and be self-pitying ourselves, which is what I see at times in most of our young ones these days, just mourning and pitying ourselves. No, get up and step on this stone and make it a stepping stone so that generations, like what we are doing today, we may not reach 60 views. We may not reach 1,000 views. I don't even know how many people listen to Horatio. I don't know how many people listen to him. I don't know how many people heard what he said. Like the generations of today, many people have changed that. They have made it contemporary. They've rapped about it. They've changed it. They've made different kinds of things. From that, it is well. It is well with my soul. We've sang it different ways. When I was a teenager, when I my early time as a youth, we have sang it. We rapped it. We did so many things with it. But it still remains the hymn. Why? It's making a lot of meaning. Get up. After this, me, by the mercy of the Lord, Mama, you are going to be hearing so many things that God will do as a result of what you have done today. And I know that lives will be changed, even lives that are here. My children are there. They are there with me by God's mercy. And I know that He is coming from other people. it's coming from other, they can see, and it's coming from outsiders, so to say, they will know, okay, mommy has been saying this thing. Okay, I think we should do it. So I'll be able to pass it across to them. So thank you, Ma, for this that you are doing. I just want to encourage anyone that is younger than my generation or my generation, because we are still very young as well, that this is the time to move. Thank God for technology. I was telling my children that, look, we are going to be so answerable, seriously, even more than the Paul of old, because I'm sure if Paul had this thing that we carry in our hand in those days, he would have reached more millions than he did. So we have a lot to offer, and God will help us in Jesus' name. So thank you, Ma. God bless you in Jesus' name.
Thank you so much, Ma. This has been very powerful, honestly. This has really been very powerful, and I've been so blessed. So please be on the lookout for the post-conference outreach. And there's something that we brought out. I deliberately brought it out of the Readers and Writers Conference. So for you to go to the post-conference outreach, and that is the virtual exhibition stand. So because I want us to have more time for authors to be able to showcase their work. So if you're an author and you want to showcase your works, another date to be announced for the post-conference outreach, which will be like the authors just coming together. We are going to be exhibiting all our books, all our works. So if you're an author, you have written a book, get in touch with us. So that people can, so you let us know where we can get your books. You talk about your book, and I think it's really going to be helpful to gain visibility for our works, and also to let people know about what we do. So right now, I want to say a big thank you to everyone who have joined us, to all our guest speakers, everyone who have joined us right from the beginning. So we are just going to close right now. It's been a very successful and impactful conference. And say thank you very much. And see you next year for the Readers and Writers Conference by the grace of God 2024. But ultimately this year, we still continue with the post-conference outreach. Our website is www.descendantsofdavidministry.com. You can go to our website to have a look at what we do. Our email address to get in touch is info@descendantsofdavidministries.com. info@descendantsofdavidministry.com. So right now we just close the meeting with the national anthem. Thank you very much.
tongue is the pen of a ready writer. I go when me my bulungo. You are great and greatly to be praised. That you are God, and there is none like you. Should be one Lord. I take caution.